I know, I was panicking too.
So I panicked and went over to the agenda and I finally found it.
Oh, well, good for you.
So we ought to make sure everybody that ought to be here is here, but.
I didn't think about that. That's right, it is on the agenda, isn't it? Sal's here, I'm pretty sure. Peter's here.
I'm just wondering, members of the city council are used to having that in your calendar, so there may be some scurrying around. Yeah, I came up and I accepted it, but there was nothing there, so I just have all the saved emails. If you scroll through, it's in a couple of them. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I.
But like I said, I went to the web page and went down to the budget meeting, and then I went into the presentation. It wasn't there, so I go back to the agenda. It was there.
Well, fortunately, I found it in Leanne's email that I responded to.
I enjoy coming down to the I've tried a couple times to listen.
I was panicking.
Say something on the
As usual, I texted
Zoom.
Claudia.
It's just not me.
I don't know.
I'd rather talk to the screen even than talk to the phone.
Hoping that,
All right, thank you.
I'm taking a look right now. We have 31 participants. Scott, are you looking at the main page?
My main page, Mayor? I'm not sure which page you mean. I'm looking at the participants list and we're looking at Claudia sharing your screen. I can see.
Okay, there's Wendy. We've got Zach and we've got Sal, Remy and Adam.
I don't see Remy or Adam.
We haven't seen Counselor Dragon or Garden.
Okay.
I know Remy was working right up to the last minute from what she told me when I talked to her a little earlier. So I'll text you really quick, like.
Well, it is 6:01, so I think I am going to start with.
Actually, I'm starting from what I've been told.
Oh, really? Well, no, we've got to elect you.
No, I know, but since I was the budget chair last year, according to Jeff, I get to start the meeting.
Oh, okay. Then go.
All right. I know it sounds really weird to me too, because I don't think I've ever done this. Okay, well, I'm going to call the meeting to order. It's a little after 1. Let's see, what time is it indeed? It's
6:02.
6:02. I'm going to call the public hearing for the, oh God, I've got state revenue sharing. This is a bad start. Well, budget meeting for the city of McMinnville to order. Okay. And I'm going to ask the city recorder to take the roll call. Claudia?
Committee Member Haas,
Here.
Counselor Garvin. Oh, Counselor Garvin is joining us right now. Committee Member Hart,
Here.
Counselor Geary,
Here.
Committee Member Hofstetter,
Here.
Counselor Stassen, Committee Member Sealer,
Yeah.
Counselor Peralta, Committee Member Mead,
Hello, I'm here.
Committee Member Phoenix,
Here.
Counselor Dratkin, Committee Member Gottney is absent this evening, and Council Member Dratkin is not on at the moment. Mayor Hill
Here.
and Chair Minky.
Present, yes.
Counselor Garvin's here as well.
Okay, is that everyone? At least for now? Okay, so now we have the election of the Budget Committee chairperson. Could I have a nomination, please?
Nominate Kelly.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
A second.
So Sal, and who was the second? Wendy?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, sometimes it's hard to understand voices. Okay, so, all right. So this is on the, all in favor of nominating me for the budget chairperson this time?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Nay? I guess I've got it. All right, thank you very much. All right, we are now to the presentation of the proposed budget and budget message by our city manager, Jeff Towery. So Jeff, please.
Kelly, you might, I think the minutes need to be approved from our last.
Yeah. I don't see it, but all right. So the minutes of the prior budget meeting, I think you all received them in your packet. Is there any changes or alterations? If not, I need a motion.
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's the mayor and Sal. Okay. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please indicate by saying nay. I believe the ayes have it unanimously. All right, so I think we're now to Jeff. Sorry about that, Jeff.
I could just tell you were itching to get to this part of the meeting. Thank you.
I couldn't wait.
Thank you. Chair Menke, Mayor Hill, members of the City Council, lay members of the City of McMinnville Budget Committee, thank you for your time and thank you for your service, not just tonight, but throughout your tenures. I appreciate it. Special welcome to public members Phoenix and Seiler, who are new to us this year and have what is going to be a little bit of an unusual experience, and appreciate their willingness to dive in particular. I usually start and end my budget message with quotes that mean something to me each year. Ryan Dowd is an attorney, a former librarian, a certified trainer, and he runs one of the largest shelters for people without homes in the Chicago metro area. It's a stressful job. He's got about 60 or so employees. They have hundreds of guests every day, all day long, all year long. And somebody asked him one time about how they handle burnout and work-life balance. This was his response. The hardships we endure are a gift to the world in order to make a difference. The work we do and the sacrifices we make are for the future of our community, our society, and our democracy. And I felt that this year in particular, that this quote was appropriate for this experience. And I want to thank you for letting me share that with you as a kickoff. We have continued to try to focus on the same initiatives over the last 4 years, and we'll talk a little bit more about the driving force behind this budget, but I do want to talk a little bit about workforce support. The current budget largely maintains our capacity at our current levels of service. So I will tell you that one of my struggles as we have worked our way through this particular budget process is this really feels like the first year since I've been here that we really haven't moved something significant or innovative forward. And I think that's unfair to the work that we do. Because it really is a hold the course budget, it feels like we're just treading water a little bit. But given the reality around us and what many other jurisdictions will be facing, I think that if we are able to maintain our current capacity, it will hold us in a good position to be resilient and to recover at some point. I'll talk specifically about the classification and compensation study that we have been working on for the last year or so. We'll be scheduling a work session with the council later this year to talk about the findings. It is possible, given our financial reality, that we may have to defer some decisions on implementation until after the mid-year review that we'll talk about a little bit later on. We've also focused the last 4 years on rebuilding core services. Through the course of a series of transitions last year, We did some analysis for our administrative sections of departments, and based on the recommendations and additional work done by the executive team, we did hire a new finance director. You'll meet her again later tonight. Municipal court and legal staffing was restructured with no increase in FTE. We now provide city prosecutors through a contract for services, and we anticipate that being a long-term relationship. And we have initiated the recruitment to hire an in-house city attorney. We've also worked hard to stabilize general fund reserves. The budget this year will have reserves comparable to the 1920 adopted budget and is currently estimated to be between 11 and 13% of 2021 expenses. That's very much a hold the line approach. We do have mid-year strategies for balancing service demands and evaluating our financial status, and I'll describe those more later in this presentation. Chair Menke suggested I skip the strategic planning part. I'm not quite wired that way. I think it's important to reflect on the strategic plan, and even in a budget such as this, we will be working to implement that strategic plan. The city council and the city staff and the community worked really hard for about 18 months coming up with a strategic plan, and I think it bears reflecting on a little bit. So I share with you both the mission and the vision. And in times of hardship in particular, we are going to be focused especially on our core values of stewardship, equity, courage, and accountability. We will try to test everything we do against these core values, and we may not always be successful, but we will always make that effort. We do have a series of strategic priorities. I will move fairly quickly through them. We do want to move towards the vision and invest in those strategic priorities. There are 8: city government capacity, civic leadership, community safety and resiliency, economic prosperity, engagement and inclusion, growth and development character, and housing opportunities across the income spectrum. The City Council identified 9 priority objectives during their goal setting early in 2019, and there are detailed status reports, including next steps, included in the budget message. So I will not dive into any of those details here tonight, but you have that to refer to and ask any questions that you may have later on. We took several unusual actions this year to try to close our budget gap. We were hoping to be able to participate in the PERS Employers Incentive Fund. That $1.3 million of contribution would have resulted in long-term savings for the city and its unfunded liability, most likely not realized for 15 to 20 years. Given the immediate pressure and the desire to maintain services, we deferred that action. We did a one-time revenue distribution from the Insurance Services Fund, about $500,000, the bulk of which benefited the general fund. Most of the requested additions that require ongoing cost commitments were deferred, and significant maintenance and capital investments recommended from our facilities assessment were also deferred to the tune of about $700,000. In addition, we recognized revenue losses in FY19 and 20 that eroded our year-end projected carryover and also has an impact on our reserves. We have either decided to make or still under consideration some one-time investments in the current year to support shelter, food services, and business support programs. The shelter and food services have been committed at this point. We'll be working with the council and staff over the next month or so to try to bring on board a business support program. Our fourth quarter revenue loss due to Parks and Rec programs reduced our beginning fund balances going into this year, this next year, by nearly $450,000. We also had budgeted affordable housing support from the transient lodging tax. Most of that money was unspent in the current year. We did not budget that as a dedicated expenditure in the coming year, so we carried over those funds into the ending fund balance. nor did we budget specifically any new transient lodging tax funds into the Affordable Housing Initiative for next year. The net impact of that was approximately $300,000. We plan to do a mid-year review, primarily after the property tax and other revenues that have come in during the course of the first few months. We'll be evaluating those relative to our initial revenue projections. We will look at revenues and expenditures every month, every quarter, every 6 months, every year, just like we do all of the time. The property tax has such a significant impact on our budget, though it makes sense to identify that as a watershed. We have a list of expenditures that we may consider should things turn out better than we currently think they might. Those are listed on page 32 of the proposed budget. The nature of the current public health emergency, the unknown impacts on revenue, and the potential for unknown outlays may affect our priorities, even if our condition appears to be improving during the course of mid-year. Any revenue losses or extraordinary costs that are exceeding our anticipated levels could require budget reductions from the appropriated levels. We've identified a number of options already to look at near-term budget shortfalls. We will focus on the city's definition of core services and the true cost of those services. That information will also be coming to the council in the next couple of months. Some just examples, but not an exclusive list that we will consider: the possibility of furloughs, the possibility of job share, vacancy management, contracts for services, and ultimately potentially service reductions. The closing quote in my budget message is from Glennon Doyle. She's a widely regarded author and currently the best-selling author of her latest book, Untamed. Part of what Glennon talks about is sometimes being overwhelmed by the number of things that need to be done, whether it's in your personal life or your professional life or something larger than that. And one of the things Glennon says is, let's do the next right thing together. I'd like to commend the budget team, the executive team, and the support staff that has put together this budget document for you. I will tell you that in the 35 years that I have served local governments, this was without a doubt one of the one or two most challenging budget documents to compile for many of the reasons that I've talked about already, and for additional reasons that were highlighted in more detail in the budget message. I think that this is a responsible and appropriate place to start our spending plan for the year. Those of you who have listened to me before know I always remind the Budget Committee and the City Council that an annual budget is on paper and digitally created for a reason. It's our best plan based on the information we have. No budget year ever ends exactly the way it was thought to be implemented. We will make course corrections every year, whether they are in good times or in bad times. There is certainly more uncertainty and more turmoil this year than we have reasonably expected in a long time. And that makes it feel maybe even more uncertain. But trust me, we make thousands and thousands of decisions every year, and we correct course all the time. The last 2.5 months, we have been working under circumstances that we did not contemplate when we adopted the budget that is serving us this year. And the commitment and the innovation and the fortitude and the compassion of the team that you have assembled here in this community has helped shepherd us through the first few months of this pandemic, and will continue to do that good work however long it lasts. It is cold comfort to think that we can't answer some questions with more clarity than we would like, but we do believe that this is a responsible approach, that we will continually and regularly review our progress as we would in any year, not just under a crisis. And we will keep the community and the council and the entire staff team of the city of McMinnville as well informed as we can, and as engaged in the decision-making progress as we can. I want to again thank all of you for your attention and your support. I want to especially thank Jennifer Cuellar, who was minted as our finance director 15 minutes ago, it seems, and has, despite the fact that she will occasionally express unease and discomfort about not knowing this place and these people as well as she would like, she has really done a wonderful job coming up to speed. She is supported by a very savvy and very experienced finance team. Our executive team has well over 200 years of municipal experience, led by the oldest guy in the room, that's me. Even though we sometimes accuse Mike Bissett of that, he is several years younger than I. So I will own that tonight. We want to again thank you for your attention. We thank you for your support. We expect tonight to have a rousing series of question and answer and conversations with the Budget Committee. All of the key staff are logged in tonight. I am obviously in the room just because it feels better to me to be able to see the slides. I will be back to you after you seek public comment. And before we go to public comment, I want to ask if there are any questions about my introductory remarks.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I can't see all of you at one time. I'm just looking through. Wendy, were you the one who wanted to talk? Anyone who has a question at this point? I'm leaping through, okay. If there are no questions, then we are going to have, let's see, public testimony on the proposed 2020-2021 budget. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to share testimony on the proposed budget? One more time. Oh, okay. Hi, how are you, Mark?
Hi, Kelly. As I say formally, hello to Chair Kelly and members of the Budget Committee. It's a little odd being here this year and looking up at a screen instead of looking into your faces sitting on the dais in front of me, but I didn't feel comfortable talking on the phone, so I'm gonna try it this way. Hopefully it'll work out. I've submitted some written comments. Hopefully you all have them. Okay, and I'd like to start by making clear that what I had to say in those written comments was in no way intended to be an attack upon the integrity of our city manager or the financial staff. I mean, I think the budget has been properly prepared. I'm not complaining, about any improprieties. Basically what I'm talking about is a different perspective on the budget. And, I assume that's what the public comment period is for, so that's what I would like to cover. I'm not gonna go over you've got pages and references and what I've written. I'm not gonna go over that. I'd like to make some sort of general comments. One is that several months ago, there was a nurse that came in and spoke at public comment period during the council meeting. And one of the things she said is we had too many nursing homes. That was when we were in the midst of all that. And I thought, well, that was an interesting comment. Why, and I went home thinking about it, why do we have more nursing homes in McMinnville per capita than other places, And the more I thought about it, I finally realized, it probably has to do with income levels. And I'd been going over income levels as we were looking at housing needs analysis, started looking back at those numbers and realized really that income in this area is stagnated. And unfortunately, we seem to be attracting businesses that don't want to pay very much in the way of salaries. And I think it's a real problem with the community right now. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to being part of the metro area. And, but we still have lower wages like a rural area. Basically, the housing needs analysis showed our median household income was around $50,000, much lower than the county as a whole or the state. So I'm just concerned that, we're trying to define ourselves in a do these professional things and and raise salaries and increase, what we're doing as a city, but we're not bringing along our citizens. That, we need to, if we're gonna be spending more money on things, we need to start increasing people's income. And I think in real terms, over the last 20 years, people's income has not gone up, at least the people at the bottom half. And we look at our budget, and one of the biggest increases is in franchise fees. We have the $500,000 being added for the wastewater franchise fee. Well, franchise fees generally fall on citizens. Basically, everybody is paying those. They're not, distributed. So, the only one that actually is potentially going to higher paying corporations was the franchise fee on Mac Water and Light. But as I pointed out in my written testimony, that's been cut in half for the two biggest people that should be paying that. So I'm just concerned that we're relying on revenue sources that are affecting people that don't have a lot of money, and we just keep going back to them over and over again. I don't really have any answers about what to do. I mean, I wish I did. I mean, I think we're doing a lot of things they're heading us in the right direction. But overall, at this point, I'm just concerned we're going, incomes are not keeping up with the growth of the city, and we're asking people to pay for things that they really can't afford. There are a lot of ways to look at this budget, and I guess if I were to summarize what I'm saying is, I really feel like heading into such uncertain times that our reserves should be budgeted at a much higher place than 11 to 13%. The budget references the government finance officer's recommendation of 17%. I know the council itself has set a goal of 25%. And I just really feel like being down at 11 to 13% is inviting, all sorts of potential dislocations, serious dislocations in 6 months if we wait that long to try to figure out what to do. Council president and the mayor might correct me, but my memory when we went into the recession in 2008, that our reserves were, well north of 30%, maybe closer to 40%. I mean, we're at a third of those, and we still were losing people, and I don't know where we're going now. I mean, I'm not an economist, but certainly walking down 3rd Street and, looking at the headlines in the newspaper and all gives me a feeling that it's going to be every bit as bad as what we went through in 2008. And right now, we have one last year where we're going to have potentially more property tax revenue because, property values are not going to start stagnating or going down. They're basically probably at the max of where they're going to be based on the last recession. So I just really think we need to start looking at cuts immediately. And, I'm not, in favor of that. I mean, I'm already sorry to see our affordable housing money gone. And, there's a lot of other things that we need to do as a city, but I just don't think we can afford everything. And I'm afraid if we wait too long, we're going to have to make even sharper cuts. So that's my testimony. I appreciate everybody listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you coming. One thing I forgot to mention, public testimony has been received through the city website on or before May 13th, 2020, and has been distributed to the committee members. All public testimony received prior to the meeting has been added or will be added to the public record of the meeting, and I think most of you have received it. Is there anyone else who would like to give testimony tonight? One more time.
We have Jody who would like to give testimony.
Fantastic.
Jody, you're unmuted. Jody? Is there anyone else that would like to give public testimony?
Is Jody unable to talk, or? Jody DeLong? I don't hear her. I noticed that City Hall is not muted. Thank you. Jody, if you're unable to speak, I'm very sorry. Is there anyone else who would like to give public testimony tonight?
Kelly, Jody's muted again. She's been off and on, but right now she's muted. I don't know if it's a cell phone with not having enough power to come through, but she's muted again. Now she's unmuted.
Mayor?
Hello.
Mayor?
Are you? Jody?
Hello? Hi. I wasn't asking to speak. I was asking if the previous speaker could be identified. I don't know who Mark is. That was all that was the only reason I raised my hand. I was asking for identification. Thank you.
His name is Mark Davis. Okay, if there's no other comments, I guess at this point in time we will close this hearing and move on in the agenda. Oh, Jeff, okay.
Your next item is a public hearing on the possible uses of state revenue sharing.
That's true, and I have this citation or whatever, state revenue sharing law, ORS 221.770 requires cities to annually pass an ordinance or resolution requesting state revenue sharing money. In order to receive state revenue sharing in 2020-21, a city must have levied property taxes in the preceding year and hold a public hearing before the budget committee to discuss possible uses of the funds and hold a hearing before the city council on the proposed uses of the funds in relation to the entire budget. Mayor, or I'm sorry, Jeff, go right ahead. I apologize.
So actually, I'll turn this over to Jennifer Cuellar, our finance director, to introduce the item in more detail. And any number of staff can answer questions. We have posted on the screen the list of proposed uses for revenue sharing in the coming year. So I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay? Great. So this is an updated version. Typically, what I understand you all do is pick out some of the big ticket items, one-time purchases, that kind of thing. And I realized, thanks to the support of our financially savvy chief of police, that a number of the capital purchases that were on the original list, we in fact are going to be paying for through internal borrowing. So I wanted to pull those off the list. And so what we've got here are a variety of equipment items. I think as a new person in McMinnville, the public art program is just phenomenal. So I wanted to call that out as something that we can invest state resources in. There's technology. There are a variety of planning activities with consultancies that are included in this list of items, as well as some repairs and maintenance, kind of large projects for keeping our buildings and vehicles updated and safe. So if anyone has any questions about this list or feels that something really shouldn't be on here, we can certainly look to trade out other items or what have you. So.
I have a question on the 160,000 for fire for repairs and maintenance, buildings and vehicles. It just seems like a large amount for such a vague description.
Yeah, it's, I went through the budget document and pulled out, there's, gosh, I don't have the funding in front of me, but I believe it's 55,000 for ambulance side of the vehicle repair and maintenance. There's a combined, I want to say almost $80,000 for just building maintenance and repairs that are on the schedule for the actual fire department building, and then another in the $50,000 range for just maintenance and repairs on vehicles on the fire side.
Okay.
Other question?
Thank you.
I do.
Who?
Zach does.
Go for it, Zach.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the specifics on the natural resources study and the hazard mitigation plan under planning, those two things? I know I heard a couple projects floating out there. I just want to make sure I'm thinking those projects are the right ones by those labels. If you could, someone could tell me a little bit.
Well, actually, Heather, are you on the line? Do you want to jump in and describe those more fully than I could?
Sure. So we are coordinating with Yamhill County on adopting a natural hazard mitigation plan. In that plan are several different actions to identify where we have hazard areas in McMinnville and how we should deal with them in terms of development. That's one of that would be the hazard mitigation plan piece of it. The natural resources study is updating our Goal 7 comp plan policies relative to the types of natural resources that we want to preserve in McMinnville and how we want to address them in terms of development. This is something that came out of the last couple of years of development public hearings that we've had here in McMinnville where we were directed by City Council to look at wetland mitigations and our policies relative to that, floodplains. And now that we're in growth planning, these are things we need to update for that process as well. So it's meeting both of those purposes.
Thank you. That makes sense. So on the hazard mitigation plan, is that some sort of county-wide multi-city cost-sharing program, or is that just, are other cities in the county involved in a county study? Can you tell me a little more about the county's involvement in that?
You're muted, Heather.
Thank you. It's labeled a little awkwardly here. It's not the, so these funds are not for the hazard mitigation plan for McMinnville. It's for moving forward on some of the priority actions that are in the plan. So right now, McMinnville is working with other communities in Yamhill County and Yamhill County on updating the Yamhill County Natural Hazards Mitigation Plan. We're towards the end of that, actually, so we should be able to bring something to you here shortly. In there are a couple of priority actions, one being identifying where there are hazard areas in McMinnville, and then what we should do with those hazard areas relative to development. So that's what that piece is.
Okay, cool. I think I get it. Thank you.
I have a question. This is Alison. May I just ask about the senior center sprinkler head replacements for $23,000? When I was there last year, they seem to be working perfectly fine to me.
This is Susan Muir. I'm not sure. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, Susan. I did have problems hearing Allison.
I had a little bit of problem hearing you as well, Allison, but you had some questions about the fire sprinkler repairs.
Yes, I I was trying to say that when I was there last year, I was often there walking when they were sprinkling, and they seemed as though they had an adjustment mid-year. They seemed to work perfectly fine to me. So I'm just asking if the 23,000 couldn't be better allocated somewhere else.
Yes, and these actually are the fire sprinklers inside the senior center, not the sprinklers outside. So actually, they may include some under the roof eave, but these are the fire protection sprinklers.
Oh, okay. I thought it meant outside. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Others?
I have just an additional question. Maybe Jennifer could talk about it again, or Jeff or Rich if he's on the line. But the 80,000 for the fire station and that 160, I was just curious a little bit more detail on that. I'm not opposed to funds going towards that. It's just with our feasibility study, maybe looking at substations, and our facility study, I just want to make sure that it's, required maintenance and not putting money into something.
It's the actual numbers are, and I know Jennifer didn't have them in front of her. 105,000 of that 160 is fleet maintenance, so that's our vehicle repairs, split between ambulance and fire, and 55,000 was for facilities maintenance, and that includes everything from our sprinkler repairs and annual testing for the fire systems and fire alarm systems, and all the regular building maintenance goes on annually, Councilor Garvin.
Oh, yeah, so we're not like remodeling bathrooms or anything like that?
No, sir, that project actually is ongoing and finishing up as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Anyone?
Yeah, Kelly, this is Peter. The $560,000, this may be an elementary question because it's my first time, but do we have access to more money, or are we just given a lump and said this is what you can spend?
So
it's done on a pro rata basis, but
Right.
Jeff, do you want to, or Jeff?
Yeah, so it's actually several lumps, but they're allocated by the state by formula. It includes our share of liquor taxes, cigarette taxes, that sort of thing. So there are a whole host of state shared revenues that are allocated to municipalities based on formula.
Okay, so you can't ask for $1 million and hope to get 560 or something?
No, you get what you get, and you have to have a public hearing about how you intend to spend it.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question with that. Chair Menke?
Yes, what do you need? Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, speak.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So how certain are these numbers, and how possible is it that they're different than this 563, and when would we know that?
So these are based on the best assessment that we have at the time the budget is built. Just like any number of our revenues, they may be a little bit higher or a little bit lower. These numbers, they tend to hit their estimates fairly closely, and I do think that a number of these estimates were refined after the start of the pandemic. It's one, I mean, in the context of the general fund, these are, it totals a little over $500,000. That's less than 2% of the general fund. And so if some state shared revenue were to come in slightly less than we are anticipating, it doesn't necessarily mean we wouldn't be able to get the work done. We just may have to utilize other revenues for the general fund to do that.
All right, thank you.
This is Sal. Just to Wendy's point, the sources of funding are the marijuana tax, the liquor tax, and cigarette tax. Are there others that I'm not?
I'll look to Jennifer to answer it. I think that captures it, though.
Yeah, I believe so. So this, at the county level where I was before, we didn't have this kind of certification process, so this is new to me. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it does include the marijuana and the liquor. And so my impression is this isn't a grant program per se, so there's no, other than having these hearings and discussing the kinds of things that get paid for out of state shared revenues, there is no kind of closing the loop, presenting a final grant number or something like that. We just need to be sure to discuss it and certify that we have discussed it to assure that the revenues do flow, because they're required by statute that this happens.
So just to Wendy's question, I guess my view on this would be that based on what I read ahead of this meeting, it sounds like both liquor sales and marijuana sales have actually increased. So
Yeah, a
I
little
would
bit.
expect that this is like one of the few sections of our budget that may be more likely to increase rather than decrease in the coming year.
Yeah, it is possible. And reports do seem to indicate that kind of the syntax type activities have been hanging steady. So we'll see whether folks continue to be able to utilize their resources in this way as the year unfolds. So.
I'll also remind the Budget Committee that this is a hearing on possible uses of state shared revenues. In my experience, McMinnville takes a much more granular and detailed approach. Most jurisdictions where I've worked, the possible uses of state shared revenues can be reduced to a sentence that says in support of general fund programs and services, and that's it. It's a general fund revenue. These are the kinds of things we do in the general fund. So as Jennifer said, we're not bound to these specific uses of the funds. We don't report back. This is one of those hurdles that you have to jump over to use state shared revenues.
Can I also add that just on the note that of predicting liquor sales going up, having my experience, which is having a business that's reliant on alcohol sales through a recession, is that while people do continue to drink, their drinking habits change. And so while people might, especially as service industry, people are on unemployment and not able to return to work, the options of what they're purchasing may change, meaning they may start purchasing less expensive alcohol. That's historically what happens. There becomes a gap in the center of alcohol sales. So while, yes, I agree with Sal that it's predictable that people will continue drinking during a recession, what they will drink is a little less predictable. I think it's hopeful that those revenues will continue, but I don't know it will be guaranteed, since we're looking at being in this for quite a while.
So Remy, to your point, are you suggesting then that we not expend the full amount of state revenues in this way, and that we instead put additional funds in reserves and take some things off of this list? Or should we feel that we should have some confidence that this number is accurate and going to remain this way? Or what's your sense of that?
I'm not suggesting an outcome. I'm just suggesting that we don't try to predict what's going to happen in these uncertain times. And Jeff, I'd love your input.
So just a reminder, this is the current estimate for state shared revenues. We will get what we get. It will be more or less than this number. We have to go through a process of identifying potential uses of state shared revenues. We don't spend more than we can get. So if we, and again, we don't tie back any particular expenses to this revenue source. We just have to talk about the kinds of things that the money would be spent on. If we get twice as much money as this, we will spend twice as much money on other general fund functions. If we get half of this money, we will spend half of this money on general fund functions. These are just examples of the kinds of things supported by general fund revenue that's in this budget document.
So this is basically a formality that we just have to adhere to, and we've given you some suggestions.
Correct.
And thus then, as we look at this list, these are things that departments were going to spend on, and we have just earmarked that to be in the shared realm. And so from my perspective, we're not looking at additional items that have come up because we have this state shared revenue. It's things that we were planning on doing, was in the departmental budget, and we've just assigned that so that we could be more granular. And as Jeff said, many entities don't get this granular. So my experience is that's what we're trying to do right now.
I would also add, I hear Remy loud and clear on the alcohol side and Sal's optimism as far as the syntax goes, but I think we just move forward with what's been presented. The dip in alcohol sales is going to be buoyed by the boom in cannabis sales, in my opinion. I mean, everything out of that side of the industry is Zoom meetings don't UA, so sales are pretty high. So I would just make a motion if we need to move forward with what's been presented by staff.
You don't need to make a motion. You just need to hold and close the public hearing.
So is there any other comments, questions, so we can actually close this meeting or public hearing? Any other questions? If none, then we are closing the public meeting as of now. Okay, so discuss. So, does any committee member need to declare a potential conflict of interest in regard to this budget?
Hi, I'm Commission Member John Mead, and I need to declare a potential conflict of interest with my wife being the director of the library.
Oh, okay. Do you feel it's going to be a problem for you?
It's not been in the past, but every year I have to make the declaration.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other conflicts or potential conflicts of interest?
Yeah, I would like to also declare my lovely wife works at the McMinnville Public Library as well.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Good to know. Do you feel that's going to be an issue for you?
Nope.
Okay. Any other conflicts or potential conflicts? All right. So I am asking, let's see. So I believe we're to the point in this where we start going through the budget, correct?
You're on item 8, Kelly.
Yeah, oh, okay. Okay. All right, so any changes recommended by the Budget Committee will be included in the resolution approving the 2020-2021 budget after the entire budget has been reviewed. And we will now, I guess, start into the budget document. I believe normally doesn't Jennifer or Jeff or someone go through some of the financial part of this initially, or do we just start rolling?
Did you want me to ask for a motion to approve the budget as presented?
Yes, that'd be swell. Thank you so much. I need a motion. It just seemed a little premature to me, but okay. My apologies. I guess I should ask a few more questions this morning. Yes, I need a motion.
No.
I think that was a joke.
Yeah, it was. Well, actually, if you want to go for it, nobody would argue with you. But no, we would expect this is the time that we can work our way through the budget, answer any questions. We don't necessarily have any additional presentation to make to you at this point. Certainly, if you have questions about any of the sort of preliminary summary information in the budget, we can just start at the top of the budget book and work our way through it.
Okay, so we're starting with the financial
Kelly, before we get into the budget, I just had a question that's kind of a procedural question. What is the current timeline for completing this process? I understand that after the the COVID-19 happened, that the governor issued an executive order, which I understand there's a court a decision on that today that may or may not be changed, but I understand that the governor had an executive order that gives us a little bit more time with that process. Do we have information about that?
So the governor did issue an executive order that would grant the ability of jurisdictions to take additional time to essentially move into the next fiscal year without a fully completed budget process. We built our budget calendar presuming that we could work through the traditional statutory guidelines and have built a calendar that will allow this budget committee to take action and the council to adopt a budget prior to the close of the current fiscal year. So while the governor's order did grant some flexibility for jurisdictions, our recommendation to you is to pursue the traditional course of action, to meet as needed at the budget committee level to set a tax levy and recommend approval of a budget document to the council, which we would carry to the council in public hearing and action for adoption of the budget in June. So we feel like we have ample time to work our way through that traditional process and are not asking for any additional extensions.
I just wanted to understand that we're not operating under a short timeline. We actually have some time to work through the budget.
This is a very similar time frame that we have used in the past. We did push this meeting to a Monday night, which was originally reserved as your second meeting, just to give us ample time to build the budget in challenging circumstances and still get it to the budget committee in time for review. Our original calendar had you meeting last Wednesday for the first time and potentially meeting tonight for a second time. As it is, tonight is your first budget meeting. We've reserved this Wednesday for a second meeting if necessary. We would expect to bring the council, bring the document to public hearing at the first council meeting in June and to the council for review and adoption at the second meeting in June.
Thank you, Jeff.
And Kelly, if I could give some insights, because I've been on a number of the statewide calls, why the governor did this is that so many of our community are much smaller than McMinnville, and they have staff sometimes no more than 5 to 10 individuals. And given the COVID-19 taking up more of their time, they don't have the capacity to put the time to finish the budget, and that's why it was pushed out. But early on, Jeff and I talked, we had the capacity with our finance department to be able to do this, so we did not feel that that would be necessary.
Yeah, it's really, some of these smaller cities genuinely do have a problem getting their financial information out, particularly in such unusual circumstances. But McMinnville doesn't really have that problem. So, starting with the financial overview, from page 15 to 23, are there any questions?
I have some questions related to the revenue assumptions, and I don't know if it's going to fit that part of it. I mean, I do have some questions that are specific to each page, but
okay, go ahead and ask.
Yeah. So the three questions, I guess the first one would be for Jennifer. The budget estimate here estimates only a 7% loss in transient lodging tax revenues, and my recollection is that Visit McMinnville, when they met with us recently, had estimated, and maybe it wasn't a real estimate, but that they had a much bigger impact estimated for the transient lodging tax. So I guess my first question is, have we aligned that number with Visit Mac's projections, and how comfortable are we that we're only looking at a 7% reduction in TLT this year?
So actually, I'll take the first part of the answer. The last couple of years, we've tried to align our projections with Visit McMinnville. We did not this year. We based our estimates on, I mean, we essentially had to put our numbers to bed before Visit McMinnville. Visit McMinnville has taken a much more conservative view of TLT. It could be that our estimates are overly optimistic. What I will say is that if the room tax generates $1 million, the city keeps $300,000, and that's just under 1% of the general fund. So even a reduction of TLT by half really is only a 0.5% impact on the general fund. And while it's a real number, and I don't belittle the amount of money, the impact on the general fund is far less dramatic than the impact on Visit McMinnville. And where essentially that's the only revenue they have. They do occasionally get grant revenues, but they need to be a lot more focused on a more conservative number than the city. And just in terms of how the numbers flow, I'll let Jennifer answer that specific question.
Yeah, so a lot of this just is a timing issue that we had to, stop making adjustments so that we could go through the process of producing the document and getting it out to everybody. So there are a couple of revenue numbers that we know now about, 3-4 weeks down the road are different than what are in the proposed budget, and TLT is one of them. Our plan is to incorporate those kinds of changes in the budget that ultimately goes before council for appropriation. So my understanding is you all typically, and this sounds similar to things I've done in the past, is we'll run a list of all the numbers in the adopted budget, and then what changed to the budget that's going forward for appropriation and why the change happened. So we'll be developing a similar instrument for this cycle.
Okay, thank you. So that number is likely to change before we get the final document to the council?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That perfectly answers that question. The second question that I had is, this is more for Heather or for Jennifer. How has the outbreak affected the building and planning department's starts over the last couple of months and real estate transactions generally in the city? Is there a sense that, the last 2 months look dramatically different than what we were estimating, or is there really very little current drop off in terms of real estate transactions? Because I'm very concerned about the extent to which your department in particular is dependent on those revenue sources.
Yeah, so we actually came in with really conservative revenue numbers initially in the budget anyways, based on our concerns about the lack of buildable land that's still available. So our planning revenue, we decreased substantially from last year in terms of our forecast, and then our building numbers we kept the same as last year. What we're seeing right now in the department, ironically, I expected to see a drop off. We haven't seen that occur yet, based on what we had forecasted for. So we already knew things were going to get a little bit slower in planning, and we're putting all our efforts into the long range planning projects. And that's what we're seeing. There are some big projects still moving forward that we're in discussion with, that those projects have not slowed down. They're still moving forward. We're seeing a lot of smaller partitions and things like that as well. On the building side, we're still issuing a lot of permits, a lot of home permits, and it's for people who already had their financing, from what we can tell, or projects that are finishing up. We've issued a similar amount of home permits this past month or two that we've done in the past at this time in the season. This is a slower time in the season as we're revving up for the summer, but we have not seen a significant drop off. Now, I've been in meetings with industry folks, and I hear both sides of the fence. There are those who are predicting that construction industry will drop off. There are others who are predicting that it won't, especially for higher end homes, because knowledge-based jobs, ironically, are doing better. Most of the job loss has been in the service industry, and so the knowledge-based jobs that are in finance and other industries like that are actually doing some of their best business right now as they're working through bailouts and investments and things of that nature. So it's hard to predict. We came in very conservative with our revenue forecast, though. And when Jennifer and Jeff came to me to see if we wanted to revise it based on what we were seeing, we chose not to.
Okay, thank you, Heather, for that. And the third question I had was a little more narrowly focused on affordable housing and expenditures related to that. So I think I'll wait for later in the meeting to raise that. I'm not sure, Kelly, if the budget materials related to cost cutting. There was just kind of a little short couple of items that Jennifer put in, and I think it might be in the section that you just related to hiring freeze and work share. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place, but if we're going to talk about cost cutting sort of generally, I'd also like to raise a few issues there.
Jeff, would you like to address that, please?
Sure.
And that's on page 32.
Yeah, this is the section of the budget. If you'd like to talk about that, I would suggest now is the time to do that. I will take the opportunity to remind the Budget Committee that I think it's useful and appropriate for you to engage in this conversation, and we're interested in your perspective. Most of the potential cost-cutting actions that the city would contemplate will fall outside the realm of responsibility and authority for the Budget Committee as a body. Some of them will be administrative in nature. Others might require policy direction from the council. So with that caveat, we certainly stand ready to talk about any of the few things that we identified in the budget and to hear your comments and suggestions about the other kinds of initiatives that we may want to pursue as the year evolves.
Sure, thank you, Jeff. Well, I guess I'll start since I kicked that off. So there were two specific items referenced under cost cutting. One of them is taking advantage of the additional federal funding through WorkShare. And that's something that I had emailed Jeff and Kylie about a few weeks ago after seeing that Portland Public Schools did something very similar. Basically what they did is they furloughed employees for a certain limited amount of hours, and then that enabled those employees to take advantage of federal WorkShare dollars. My understanding is there's currently 13 weeks of additional federal resources that all employees or all workers who lose some wages as a result of COVID-19, the economic impact of COVID-19 can take advantage of. That's what the Portland School District did. So I think that is definitely something we should consider. I also think the suggestion to freeze hiring is a good one that the staff made. And then two items, one of which I feel good about, the other one I feel less good about. I think we should, in the budget, I noticed there was maybe pushing 100,000. It might have been a little more or less than that, but for travel, training programs, and money, and I can deal with this specifically in each of the budget sections, but I do think that management team should take a look at the spending that we have allocated, currently budgeted for travel and training, and identify which of those things are truly necessary programs, like, for example, to retain licensure or to provide staff with training that's needed to fill an essential role. But in general, conferences and things like that that are not strictly necessary, even if we would be able to do them this year, I think those items should be removed from the budget. And then the third item, and this makes me really sad, but I have a very specific place that I think the money should go. Last year, or maybe it was the year before, we re-expanded the library coverage hours. And I do think, I know that may be seeing a bit of a drop, but I think we should maybe consider reallocating some portion of library budget, whether it's through coverage hours or something, to provide additional security cameras. That was one of the items on the list of things to do if we had additional resources. And I think we should do that regardless of at the library, whether we bring in additional resources. It was a fairly small dollar amount, and if we could come up with other ways of, dealing with the library budget to allow that to happen, I think it would be a good thing. That's all I got.
Anyone else with comments or questions about this particular section?
Kelly, can I follow up, just a follow-up question to something that Councilor Peralta just asked?
Sure, go ahead.
I had a question also about the travel and education lines, and mine was more about how we came up with those lines, and if there were if we did do an evaluation of particular things that we absolutely needed to do, or if it was just a plug number that we had done based on what we'd done in the past. So just maybe a little more background about how we came up with those lines in each of the categories.
Sure. So each department evaluates their travel, training, and education needs based on a whole variety of issues that include licensure, certification, training and best practices, historic expenditures, what may or may not happen during the course of the coming year. So, it's an intentionally built account at each department, and the level is managed effectively by the department directors primarily, sometimes higher level managers as well in some of the larger departments. So we evaluate all of those potential uses and potential training experiences in the context of the needs of the department as well as the needs of the overall organization.
Can I, or whenever I have something to say, it doesn't have to be now.
Let me just share on the administration side from council's perspective. Last week, LOC has decided to cancel their conference, and it will be a virtual conference that will be electronic, and the Oregon Mayor's Conference. And I'm guessing across the spectrum, many conferences that we typically have been able to go to have been canceled. I know, Jeff, you'd indicated, is the International City Managers Conference been canceled this year?
They actually will launch the conference as a virtual conference only this year.
So many of the costs associated with travel will not be there. I know the two that I'm sitting on, the conference agenda, we're going from a 2-day, 3-day conference down to maybe 2 half-day conferences, where we'll do that all through a virtual attendance.
I can also assure you that travel and training isn't spent just because it's there. Every opportunity is evaluated discreetly on its own merits.
So I think to kind of continue on with some of Sal's comments, what I was going to say regarding conferences would be redundant in terms of what the mayor was going to say, but just that I've also noted, most large organizations are canceling their events. They're just not feasible at this time. But then I also wanted to touch upon notes about the library budget. I think especially with the uncertainty of school going forward, that it is a much, much, much too dangerous budget to even consider taking into question. We simply don't know what resources our kids are going to have in the fall, and certainly I couldn't support anything that limited their access to basic education and books. And I'm not saying that's what you were suggesting, Sal. I just think there can be an unintended consequence when we really don't know at this point if school will restart in the fall.
Thank you for that, Remy. I definitely am not interested in taking away kids' learning opportunities, but I am concerned about the ability of staff to have patrons feel safe when the library is open. And I've heard numerous complaints over the last year about safety in the library. I feel that the video cameras would address that issue. And secondarily, as you point out, and I guess I'll just mention it now, there's 2 sort of general budget categories in this budget that I feel the least solid about, based on the inability to use those facilities currently. And one of them is the library, whose mission has changed probably more than just about any other entity within the city since COVID-19, in terms of home delivering books rather than providing services to patrons in the library. I believe that there's going to be additional staffing costs that may not have been fully accounted for, as they're going to have to do additional sanitation probably on books as long as this virus is an issue. So I take your point, but I'm also, number one, concerned about the safety in the building, and number two, I have a lot of questions about, you know, what the future use of the building is going to be, and for the immediate future, just from a practical standpoint. Just seems very up in the air right now.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Kelly, hi, this is Jerry Hart. I've got a question. We're still in the financial overview section, right?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so, you know, we're kind of getting into some of the weeds already, but it seems to me the fundamental issue for the budget committee this year is the amount of reserve. And is this where you want to, I mean, and this seems to me, since we're in the overview section, it seems to be a logical place to discuss this. I don't know if you'd rather talk about that later, but many times in these meetings, we get to, you know, 10 o'clock at night or something, and we're getting to that issue, and then we, you know, I don't think we deal with it appropriately when we're all, you know, turning into zombies. So, but it's, you know, it's your call, but it seems to me that this would be a relatively good time to kind of hash that issue out, because that's, you know, as we all know, that there's a 25% goal for the reserve fund, and we're looking at 11 to 13%, and we're in, you know, unusual times, and I think we need to kind of look at that hard at that issue, and then from there, a lot of other things will flow.
Okay, well, I certainly don't disagree with you. I guess we'll start with Jeff's comments, and then maybe Jennifer's, or how do you want to do that, Jeff?
Well, so certainly in a different time and place, we would not be having a conversation about whether or not 11 or 12% is the right number. We're not asking you to feel great about that number. What we do think is that there is enough uncertainty around us now and for the next several months that it is not clear to the professional staff at the organization, that right now and right here is the time to make significant and lasting cuts to bolster the reserve. Clearly, we want to reverse the recent trend in the reserve amount for the general fund. The council and the budget committee were crystal clear about that last year when the budget was presented to you. I think through some really thoughtful and intentional work, as well as sort of some historic benefits of being conservative in our expense and revenue. We finished last year in a much better place than we thought when we were having this meeting a year ago. And we would have hoped to be able to continue that trend. I will suggest to you that we have been very diligent and very conservative about putting this budget together. While we are not under any illusions that it's going to turn out exactly the way we think it is, we do think that the budget as presented gives the organization and the community the opportunity to maintain its services for the next several months at least, until we have a more certain picture of the length of time and the revenue impacts that we're going to see resulting from this pandemic. And the consensus and direction from the executive team is that this approach is a prudent one. It is not an approach that guarantees the level of service that's proposed will continue for the entire year or into future years. We may in fact be in a position where we have to make reductions in services. We felt that there was enough uncertainty on the immediate horizon that making immediate, deep, and potentially lasting cuts at this point was premature.
Jeff, this is Jerry Hart. Kelly, if I may, could I ask Jeff a question?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand. The numbers, as I understand, it's the reserve is 11 to 13% of the budget. Now, of course, we're talking about the general fund.
Correct.
And my understanding is that the line item for contingencies is included in that amount?
Correct.
And that the recommended reserve would be at 17%.
That's a best practice for the Government Finance Officers Association,
okay,
for sure.
So when the government finance office recommends 17%. Is a contingency line item included in that 17%? I want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples and not apples to oranges.
Yeah, I'll let Jennifer talk about that.
Yeah, it's not that precise. So the guidance from the GFOA, doesn't have a formula there. So different organizations calculate it differently, and I was more comfortable with the traditional calculation here is to look at the entire budget. Where I worked before, when we set our 2 months operating, we only applied the reserve target to carrying costs, so personnel and materials and services. We excluded capital and debt because those can really fluctuate year to year. So because this is based on if we had done it the way I traditionally do, then the percentage would have been a little higher, not a lot higher, but a little higher. So that's where I kind of got my comfort level, sea legs under me in terms of being comfortable with this. But I really, for me, and maybe this is outside my scope, it's not a purely numbers thing, but I believe that until we have the critical conversations around what are the City of McMinnville's core services, which is part of what we're working on this year and will complete into next year, making service delivery cuts outside of understanding that just for me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We really should let our core services conversation guide where we allocate those, last remaining resources. So I really believe pushing the decision moment down is really to the benefit of the organization. And we do have, supplemental budget law that we can employ if we want to make changes. But it's just, some of these processes are, for lack of a better word, arbitrary in terms of timing and when it needs to happen. And just the timing for us in the midst of this particular circumstances isn't ideal. So I don't know if that helps at all.
Again, this is Jerry Hart. One of the issues I think is that we on the budget committee have had it drilled into our noggins over the last many years that, one of the things that separates McMinnville from other municipalities is the reserve amount, and that, we've taken pride in having a reserve, and it served us well during the recession of 08, 09, 10. And so we've all been conditioned and the program to want to get that up to 25%. Now, I agree with you. I think the key issue is that a key issue, obviously, is that there are core services that a city needs to provide, and that we can debate upon that. Some people would have a very narrow view, saying that, fire, police, those safety things are and streets are the things that cities should provide and not get into other things. But philosophically, we in McMinnville have tried to include in those core services things that make McMinnville a good place to live. So I agree that, we should make sure that those things are funded. But again, you're kind of butting up against the conditioning that I've received over several years on the budget committee that we need to keep pushing that reserve amount up. So that's why, that's why I wanted to bring that up at this point, so that we could talk a little bit about the philosophy and what the actual city's needs are for a reserve in case the revenue forecasts aren't as rosy as predicted.
Jeff?
I really appreciate that, Jerry. And in fact, I'd like to submit that this budget does exactly that. We are utilizing some reserves that we accommodated over the course of this past year really try to maintain that level of service. And we are hopeful, and at least at the initial part of the fiscal year, would not propose significant service cuts. That doesn't guarantee that we won't be making cuts at some point as an organization and as a community. I think, have the luxury of getting through that crucial property tax window and seeing what manner of recovery does or doesn't occur over the next several months. Many jurisdictions don't have that capacity and don't have that buffer right now and are making immediate service reductions and may or may not have to sustain those service reductions over a longer period of time. So I actually think that the philosophy that you're talking about is what we're putting in play this year.
Go ahead, Mayor. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And from my perspective, Jerry, you know, you and I have been serving on the budget committee for years and years and years, and you're absolutely right. The one piece that gives me a little hope is that page 32, where I've never seen this in a budget document where we have a prescribed mid-year review. If we have more income, this is what we would do. If we have less income, what we would do. That at mid-year is going to give us the opportunity, as Jeff has indicated, number one, to get a sense more of what tax revenue is going to look like. It's going to give us more of an indication of the COVID-19 effects on business and thus on the city. That's the one thing that gives me that we're planning to do a review mid-year.
Well, I think we're probably even going to be looking at it after the first 2 months. I suspect they're going to be watching this extremely closely. And
I would feel, oh, sorry, Kelly.
Okay, so you guys obviously aren't looking at the screen, which says Cherry's raised her hand 5 minutes ago. So
sorry, Cherry.
That's okay, but I'm speaking from the perspective of a teeny tiny 435 person town, St. Paul, and I would be ecstatic if I had 5 people working on my budget. But I think that even if we, as a tiny little town, can forecast that we're going to get 10% less in revenues and make adjustments in our budget, and the governor says a 17% reduction to her statewide offices, and we have a 16% unemployment rate in this state, to wait until mid-year review when we now have an opportunity, if we defer some expenses and we put some employees on furlough and they can get governmental assistance and we don't affect our reserves, and then we have an opportunity to go back and implement some expanded programs. I think we're looking at it as that. Pardon my opinion. I think this is a la-la land budget.
This is Sal. I agree with Cherry's perspective that I think that we should be taking some cost-cutting measures along the lines of what she suggested now, and then add things back in later once we have a little more certainty.
Well, there may not be certainty the entire year.
Then we will have made a good choice.
The budget is an estimate regardless of what you do. You don't know what's going to happen even tomorrow. It's a point-in-time snapshot of what your best guess is for the year.
My best guess is the economy is going to continue to be down for a while.
One thing about it, if we spend it now, we aren't going to be able to get it back into our reserves. Mm-hmm. And so I think the most prudent thing is to say we're going to maybe take a 5% reduction in our proposed expenditures, put some employees on furlough or whatever you decide, however you can decide in your management of the city budget, but to not project any reduction in revenues from now on and wait for 6 months. That's absurd.
Well, can I just weigh in for just a moment? You know, the state gets their income from income tax, which is based off of income and working, and so unemployment has real effects from that perspective. the majority of our income is coming from property taxes, valuation in homes, which we don't expect to have the kind of volatility that the state is seeing. I mean, everything you're saying is absolutely, but I can tell you that if we furlough or lay off or do some of the other types of things, there's a tremendous cost in bringing and training people and bringing them back on. Or if you give that message, they're going to be looking for other employment, which adds additional cost.
Mr. Mayor, I would question that assumption, because I'm wondering, how did the Portland Public Schools manage to do a furlough 1 day a week for a certain period of time without losing their staff or laying people off? I mean, it seems to me that we can keep staff, take advantage of some additional revenue that the federal government has available that could help address the budget shortfall that we have. I mean, to me, that's just bringing in additional money to help meet this shortfall. I don't understand. I don't see much of a downside to it, especially if we don't make too big of a cut along those lines. If we model something similar to what Portland Public Schools did, that's not nothing. Freezing hiring is not cutting services. It's just not adding additional staff. Eliminating unnecessary travel is not, central to the city's mission. So I think we shouldn't assume that this draft document that we got, which I appreciate and a lot of great work went into by our staff, and I appreciate all of that work, we shouldn't just assume that that's just a perfect finished product. We should be asking questions about it and scrutinizing it, in my opinion.
I think you should too. Allison.
I hope you can hear me. So could we talk in a little less generality about furloughs? Because my understanding is that even if you decided to furlough people now to take the pandemic unemployment compensation, you would probably have some extreme limitations on who you could furlough. I wanted to ask Jeff or perhaps Jennifer, I'm assuming your collective bargaining agreements have seniority and waiting periods. So you're really looking at very small areas where I already think that the city budget runs very lean in the administration. So I'm just wondering if you could answer the question about whether furloughs are even really possible, and if, where they might be, because the pandemic unemployment compensation expires on July the 25th. Even if you were to institute those now in June, I just don't know where you would do that. Could you answer that question?
Kylie, could you respond to this, please? Kylie?
Hi. So Allison, you're right. We do have 2 collective bargaining agreements, and we would have to be in alignment with those if we were to issue furloughs. If we were to look at something like that, it would most likely be with our general services employees. Yeah. And you are right, we run very lean. So we've been exploring different options about what we could do in a cost savings manner. But, as Jeff has mentioned, we don't intend on really making any cuts like that unless it's absolutely necessary. We are looking at, exploring when we have a vacancy, really thoroughly reviewing that vacancy, finding if there's a way to hold off on hiring. All those small things help us curb some costs associated with personnel, but it will be tough for us to find significant savings with furloughs and maintain any level of service that we know today.
Thank you, Kylie. Thanks for the question, Allison. Anything?
So Kylie, I just want to follow up on that. I appreciate that. Did you actually, what research did you do? Because you had told me in the last couple of weeks that you were looking into what PPS did and how they made that work. Were you able to do that research, or is that something that would be kind of more down the road?
No, I was able to do that research. So the program you're thinking of is the WorkShare program through the state's employment department. We would need to have a minimum of 3 employees be furloughed to take advantage of that program. Employees would be furloughed 20 to 40% of the time. They would be eligible for unemployment and have a kind of sped up application process for that. And then, like you've mentioned, there are additional dollars through the CARES Act from the federal government that may be available. What I do know is that a lot of people who are filing for unemployment, whether it's part of the work-share program or not, are experiencing significant delays in this. So I wouldn't want to bank on the fact that there's dollars with the state or federal government when I'm not confident it would reach our employees quickly.
Okay, so the main concern is whether or not they could receive the funds in a timely fashion. And it's not something that the city could administer with the employment department. It would have to be done by the employees.
So we would enter into, we would apply for the program with the state, and then they would work with us on getting the employees who are being furloughed part of that. As Jeff has mentioned, we're not looking at doing this in this immediate moment because we don't think that it's necessary at this time.
Okay. So that's what you're saying is that that's a policy related issue that's not relevant to the budget committee. It's rather relevant to the city council.
I'm not quite sure if I'm following.
Well, you just said that we're not going to do this sort of cost cutting, these suggestions, and we're having a budget meeting right now about what we're going to be spending on the budget. And so my question is that just outside of the scope of these conversations, or has staff just decided, and if we want to address it, we have to take it up in council rather than in this meeting?
Kylie, do you want Jeff to respond? Jeff.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be frank. I don't understand your question. We can lay people off, we can furlough, we can close.
I'm not asking, by the way, I've never used the word lay anybody off.
No, I understand, but.
Well, I just want to be clear that we're talking about
what you're talking about is the cost cutting and service elimination to bulk up the reserves, a worthy goal. This committee ought to decide whether you're interested in reducing our current program of services outside the context of our core services discussion that's contemplated in the strategic plan to buoy reserves now.
Actually, what I'm trying to do is avoid future layoffs of staff if we don't meet the budget expectations that I've seen in this document. And the concerns that I have are that, for example, with the transient lodging tax, we're making an estimate that we're only going to have a 7% reduction, and yet we've heard tonight that we know that it's going to be more than 7%, or that the actual assumption is that it's going to be more than 7%. And I understand that that's only, in air quotes there, $150,000. But these add up, and I'm very concerned about maintaining the current service level that you've outlined. I mean, just 2 months ago, we were told that we had a 34% strategic reserve, or was it 38 heading into this year, and now it's 11 to 13. And so in 2 months, unless that data before was not correct, we've eaten through 2/3 of the reserve that we thought we were going to have coming into this year. And so my question is 11 to 13% enough? And are the assumptions that we're putting into that justify that 11 to 13% really going to add up the way that we think that they are?
If the interest is in maintaining our current level of service, what you end up with is an 11 to 13% reserve going into next year based on our current best estimates. If you want a higher reserve, we will have to reduce services. I don't want anybody to think that a furlough doesn't have a service impact. It does. If people aren't working, they're not providing the service, whether they're furloughed or laid off or on vacation. So the interest, I'm sorry, can I finish? The interest in maintaining the current level of service is what we have been trying to do in presenting this budget. We can present to you a budget that has a 15 or 18 or 25% reserve. We are telling you that it will require significant reductions in service levels to get to that point.
and then we need to have that conversation, in my opinion.
Okay.
Hey, Kelly, this is Jerry Hart again. Could I just say something in regards to the Portland Public School model? I'm pretty familiar with it. My daughter's a Portland Public School teacher, and she's actually here right now with our two grandkids, if you can hear them in the background. Anyway, that model worked well with the school district, because schools were closed, kids weren't going to schools, teachers were working online, providing as much education as they possibly could to anywhere from kindergarten to high school seniors online. And the buildings were empty, the janitorial staff wasn't providing that much service. So both unions, all the unions, I don't know if there may be the teachers union and the union representing the non-certified staff, basically agreed with it, because and under the unique circumstances of a school district, that helped them get some cash this fiscal year that they could roll over to next fiscal year. It's not like it's total. The school district's operation is totally different from a city's operation. The services that a school provides and can provide in a period of COVID where the schools are shut down, it made sense for Portland to do this. It doesn't. Comparing the city of McMinnville to the Portland Public Schools is truly apples to oranges, because police levels need to be maintained, parks need to be maintained, firefighting capabilities need to be maintained every day of the year, as opposed to having all those Portland schools shut down during the period of COVID. So I think you get off on a real wrong track when you start looking at that as a model that the city could employ. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, Kelly, it's Peter. I think that maybe Jerry and I are related here, but my daughter's on the human resource staff at the city schools, and that CARES program money ends July 31st anyway. So,
right.
It's sort of short-lived. They also have, I don't remember the exact number, but 7,000 or 8,000 employees, and as Jerry said, it's an apples to oranges. But I think, for me, the point is, and having done, unfortunately, call it whatever you want, downsizing, right-sizing, reduction in forces, they're all ugly and they're not fun, and they have very long-lasting effects on people. I guess what I would suggest, and I don't know the budget intimately, but is that the list, and I just lost my email I had, but the list that you had with the potential expenditures, I think it was 32 or whatever it was. I wonder, and it's obviously not a budget committee, it's a council thing, but I wonder if we should have, and maybe you do have, and you don't want to publicly show it, which I completely understand, is the list. I think there's some things you can do immediately. You look at this budget, and it's like all of our budgets in businesses, the vast majority are sort of locked in. You don't have a whole lot of discretionary opportunities. It's whether it's debt, whether it's personnel benefit costs. But I think things like having a hiring freeze that starts today kind of thing, or whatever. I think there are probably some of those travel and education. I think there's probably a list of things that we could do that one would be prudent to do, just given the uncertainty, and I think also would be, and I hate this, but would be from a public relations standpoint to say to the community, hey, we get it, we're paying attention, we're not reducing services, but we are trying to at least do some things. Because I think the budget itself, from my standpoint, seemed pretty okay. I just think there are some things that we could do that might send a message and at least set the tone. And 6 months into a budget might get late to catch up. I would hope that at your monthly, as you do the monthly reviews, that you're going to sort of begin to see the trend line pretty quickly. So anyways.
Well, historically, the city doesn't spend the money if they think they're going to have problems. In fact, usually they underspend. So I think that's kind of built into the budget, whether you want to admit it or not. That's what the city does. When you look at those options of being 3% higher in revenues and 3% lower in expenses, that's what they're doing. So I think they're very cognizant of what the issues are here. What they're doing is presenting a budget that maintains service levels, and then we're going to see what happens.
I have a question. There is a lot of talk about the reserve not being high enough. Would anybody that opposes the current reserve at 11 to 13% have a suggestion other than maybe 25%, which seems unrealistic? Maybe something maybe under 20%? Would anybody like to see something maybe at 15 or 18%? Is there some negotiating room somewhere between not enough and putting the city into shambles, but squirreling away all of our cash?
Well, in the past, and I go back to the recession that we watched, and we did maintain a 25% reserve throughout. In fact, actually, it was higher in some cases. And part of what's happened as we came out of it and as the new administration came in, there was we're so far behind in so many areas, and it's just been a mad scramble to get caught up. So even though it looks a little bit frightening, I will admit it, but on an annual basis every year, usually the revenue projections are lower than what is actually going to happen. And every year they don't spend as much as they say they're going to spend. It's just, this is what they present, and then they look at it on a monthly basis and make determinations. So I find this, we gave up 25% quite a while ago. I think it'd be lovely to get back there, but we'd have to have an awful lot more revenue than we currently have to do that. I think
yeah, I absolutely agree. Is with some of the things, is Jeff said that he was able to, bring back to everyone a budget that is at 25% reserve, which probably looks a little terrifying, but, are we able to request what it would look like if the reserve was somewhere that might make people a little happier at 15 or 18%? And also my question before we get too lost out of this, what does the mid-year review process look like? I'm new to this, so I am interested in kind of knowing how that looks, just kind of what that process is about.
Jeff?
So I saw Zach's hand up too. I didn't know if you wanted me to try to answer that question.
I was seconding that last question.
I'm sorry, I can't see everybody's face. It's really difficult.
I was seconding Wendy's question. I would like just a quick primer on how exactly that's going to go. Are we carte blanche approving that entire list for you to go crazy with? Is that everyone hornswoggle over that stuff later, or is that sort of going to come back to us on a rolling basis, whether we decide it's just at the 6-month mark or more frequently? But I'm looking at that going, how much should we wrestle now, or how much should we solve the problem when we have it?
Right.
So that's my compounding second on Wendy's question.
Got it. Thank you. So the idea of a mid-year review is to we do review our revenues and expenses on an ongoing basis, and so mid-year review really is just identifying a point in time at which our property tax revenue is more certain than it is now, because that is the lion's share of the revenue that supports the general fund. And knowing where we are with the property tax revenue will either mitigate or enhance whatever else has gone on in the 3 or 4 months before that. We call it a mid-year review. It's not exactly 6 months, because I think the property tax rolls are certified on November 15th or something like that. So it's actually just about 4.5 months into the fiscal year that those numbers are certain. And in the meantime, we will have been tracking all of our other revenues and expenditures and be able to talk about where we really ended the current year that we're in now. We will have gotten through a summer of whatever this next summer has with respect to Parks and Rec and transient lodging tax and all the other things that flow to the general fund. So the mid-year review really just targets the time at which those property taxes are certain. And shortly after that, we would convene a meeting of the council and or the budget committee. That we often have mid-year budget committee meetings. This is the kind of thing that we could certainly convene the budget committee for a mid-year meeting, and we would let you know where we were or where we thought we were headed and what our suggestions were for mitigation, whatever those might be. In the meantime, we're actively reviewing the opportunities for furlough programs, for hiring freezes. The things that we've talked about already tonight are under active consideration, and we'll be bringing those forward as we continue to do that. The focus that we are encouraging the council and the budget committee to have is to make those service level decisions through the lens of your core services analysis, which is identified in your strategic plan, and not try to do it before you have that core services work in front of you.
Another small question just on the line of property taxes. Is there any word, I maybe haven't done a great job at keeping up on it, is there any word on whether homeowners are going to get some kind of an option to defer property taxes because of all of this? And is that a concern?
I haven't heard that. I'll let Jennifer talk about that if she's had some direct conversations with the county clerk. I know that the county clerk is not forecasting a dramatic decrease in assessed value or property tax collections at this point, but I'll turn to Jennifer. She may have had some more recent discussions with him.
Yeah, at this stage, it would be the state of Oregon who would have to make the call, because the way property tax works here, it's state law. It's all driven by state law. And my understanding is that that's not something that, certainly the state hasn't made that kind of a call now, and I don't think it's on their radar screen in a significant way.
Yeah, I didn't see, I was just going to interject. I didn't see anything about that issue on the potential this potential special session legislative items that may be contemplated if the governor calls a special session. That doesn't mean it's not, but it doesn't seem to be on anybody's short list right now. Sorry,
yeah,
Jennifer.
It's not something that is coming across finance director kind of circus and that kind of thing. But for me, we really won't know, I don't think, this cycle, what the lasting impact of the COVID-19 might be on our economy. And so that's, to a certain extent, this year it's not the best indicator of what might happen in the future. We'll have to be keeping our eyes on the largest taxpayers in the county and in the city. But at this point, what potentially could happen, certainly from a cash flow perspective, is because property tax, if you get your 3% discount in November if you pay it all up front, and if people are having cash flow issues, folks may opt to, in a more meaningful way, space out their payments and pay 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So that we'll be able to see once the cash starts flowing the beginning of December, after we've had the November 15th first deadline, so that we'll be able to see from a cash flow perspective how things maybe are shaking out, which ironically might mean that the city actually collects more tax than it would in a normal year if people aren't taking the discount. So it's hard to know exactly how all the dominoes are going to fall with all of these things. So
is this an appropriate time to, as a budget committee member, request maybe a committee meeting sometime in December to discuss kind of where things are with Jeff? Is that an appropriate thing to do in a meeting like this?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that'd be great. If anybody can schedule that, I would happily be there.
One other item just to support what Jennifer's saying. You know, the federal government has pushed the tax from April 15th out, but the state is continuing to hold to the April 15th, and also estimated tax payments continue along the same level. So I don't see the state doing anything to disrupt those payments or furlough of property taxes in any discussions I've been in with the governor's office.
I mean, since you can make it in 3 separate payments, it would make more sense for people to approach it that way if they are having difficulties at this point in time. It's kind of a built-in safety valve. Other questions?
I do have a question. This is Jerry Hart again. And this goes to Jeff's point, which I think is a very good point. Property tax receipts are a much more stable source of funds than income taxes, and the state and the school districts are all at the mercy of income taxes primarily. But there is in the budget a increase in property tax revenues, and I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but it seems like my recollection is it was additional $1 million. Am I right on that, Jeff?
They were showing the increase over the number of years. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and I guess the question is that's, I guess, based upon the increase in assessed value here in McMinnville?
Correct.
Is that correct? And so that number, you know, that assessed value is going to stay. I mean, it's not going to, you know, that's going to be the operative number that we have to go by because that number is fixed for the tax payments that will start being made in October. So
still doing quite a bit of residential construction and
right.
business construction. It's likely to be higher.
Right. Yeah. And there's, you know, some commercial projects that come on. So I don't know. I think it's a very good point that property taxes will be a pretty stable source of funding for the city.
At least,
and again, as been pointed out, you really won't know until the payments start coming in, and more people opt for the one-third payment. So, frankly, I'm not too worried about the property tax issue. My recollection is that back in the recession, property taxes continued to be a very good source of funding, and at that point, it was the governments that were dependent upon income taxes that took the big hit. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions in this section? Comments?
I have a comment.
Okay, Jack.
On the discussion of sort of service levels and reserves, that sort of high policy, I'd like to weigh in. I sat on the budget committee last year and pushed for more reserve, and I feel maybe always needing to do that is good to ensure that we're sitting square and healthy. We're not in any position better than anyone else or worse than, everyone's worried about COVID, as am I, and how it's going to affect years and years of maintaining. I agree and appreciate and feel good, and I feel like I can go out in the community and defend and take pride in the city of McMinnville continuing to deliver goods and services at the level we are. Having sat on the Zoom or watching the Zoom recorded meeting from the last MACPAC meeting of 30 to 40 community members wanting to talk about the facilities and the future of Parks and Recreation, totally a service that we provide for the culture and fabric and enrichment of our community at the level we do. We're really excited to do it, and everyone's at home worried about what the heck they're going to do and how this is going to impact them. And they were really excited to talk about facilities and recreation and parks and just the future of programming in the city of McMinnville. And I don't know how long we can keep it up. I don't know what the future holds for a lot of things, and I don't want to keep burning down the reserves. But darn it, I think a lot of people are going to appreciate the sense of services we can offer, and the feeling that's going to come that they don't, lots of questions, but the city is going to continue to provide for them, and maybe that's going to be a constant for the next summer, 6 months, year, and we should work hard next year to constantly maintain and update what we're doing and figure out and make sure we can always do that, or that's, darn it, it's time that we know more about what's going on, and we have to make those cuts. But I think it feels good, and it feels good constant. And to say, piggyback on what Peter's talked about earlier, maybe it becomes our mission to go out there and communicate that City of McMinnville, we're going to keep the buses running on time. We're going to keep the trains going, and we're going to participate as healthily and with public health at the tantamount, and we're going to open things up as we can, and we're going to provide those services for you. And I think that's going to be a good constant for a while. And so, yeah, I wish we had more reserves, but I'm happy with the level of service we're providing in this budget. So thank you, staff, and I think it's a good discussion to have too.
Yeah, I could chime in on the piggyback of that. Big part of the rainy day fund, of the contingency is the rainy day fund, and we have reserves for tough times, and we're in tough times. So it seems to me that it would be this is an appropriate time for us to aspire to hold the line on the reserves, and if we can do that, that's fantastic. If the economic reality is that we need to spend some of those reserves down or cut services, that we're going to deal with that when those times come. So,
thank you, John. Zach, any other comments or questions on this section? Okay, with trepidation, what are your thoughts on pages 34 to 38, which is the fund definitions? Shouldn't get too much there, I wouldn't think. And then we move on to debt overview, page 40 to page 41. Anything there? Scott?
There's two sections. There's this one on debt service, and then with the debt overview, and then later there's a whole section on debt servicing. I just want to let everybody know that the next levy that's going to be paid off is going to be paid off in 2021, and that would be the park bill. And that's a good area just to kind of take a look at our indebtedness and the payments that are going out from that perspective.
That's a good point. And then the next one after that is 27. So actually we're coming due on a lot of these are running out, so to speak. So that's positive. The next section is personal services, page 43 to page, there's no number there, bummer, page 60.
And I would be remiss if I didn't show people to look at page 49 at our volunteers remain at that higher level of 1326, and that speaks volumes, I think, of the activity in this community to support city services, and that includes everyone that's on this call except for those employees.
Well, it's 1,003, and the total is 1326. But yeah, we have around 320 some employees, and then 1,003 volunteers, which we're very grateful for all of you being here tonight. Thank you so much. You basically are a very important part of the city government. Any other comments on that particular section?
I do, Kelly.
Wendy.
So can you talk, Jeff, a little bit about the COLA? I know that in the conversations that have been had around that, I know that in the private industry, if you're talking about furloughs, then you look at whether or not you're going to be offering raises. And so I just want to know, I know it's different in government as well, and we have some obligations. Can you just orient us to that conversation that you guys had?
Sure. So our cost of living increases are historically based on the consumer price index. This year, the CPI was 1.75. We have negotiated COLAs with our bargaining units, and we typically do a floor and a ceiling of 2 to 4%. And so those numbers will be a little bit different for our bargaining units than for our non-represented employees this year. We did budget the 1.75% increase in the COLAs. We've had some discussions about whether or not to hold back that COLA. My recommendation is that internal equity is an important value in this organization, and we've worked hard over the last couple of years to try to eliminate some sort of historical inequities that evolved over a long period of time, particularly for our non-represented employees, and we have righted that in a couple of pretty meaningful ways in the last few years under the guise of stabilizing our workforce, or under the goal of stabilizing our workforce. I did not recommend eliminating the COLA this year for a couple of reasons. One is that internal equity issue. I think the fact that we have just completed bargaining with the police union, and we went through a binding arbitration with the fire association to establish salary levels, makes it unlikely that we would be able to negotiate any sort of a change in those wage increases for those two public sector unions or public safety unions. I'd like to do what we can to maintain equity as best we can in the organization. Many of the non-represented employees are among the lowest paid in the organization. They pay 10% of their health insurance premiums, and health insurance premiums went up in January. After their July 1 COLA from the previous year, they will go up again next January after this 1.75 COLA. And based on our expectations, somewhere between a third and a half of that COLA will be utilized to pay the additional employee costs for health care. So if we were to eliminate the COLA, we would essentially be cutting the salaries of those employees who have to pay 10% out of pocket. They would have to incur 2 years of health care cost increases without a cost of living adjustment. In addition to that, we've been working our way through the classification and compensation study. That was a very intentional act, again, driven by the strategic plan. We have not yet been presented that final recommendation and implementation plan. I don't know how significant an implementation plan will be. I know without a 1.75% COLA, it will likely be at least that much more expensive to implement the class and comp recommendations, and I'm hesitant to dig a bigger hole. The other thing that concerns me is that we know roughly how many people are either out of work or have lost work in the community. We have been fortunate to be able to maintain the vast majority of our regular part-time employees. All of our full-time employees' positions have been maintained, but we know for certain, but cannot quantify, the number of those employees who have spouses or partners or household members who no longer have work or who have lost some of their income. We know for certain some of those what used to be 2-income families are now 1-income families, and it feels to me like in a place where, at least for this point in time, we can maintain a level of service and give a nominal increase, we are in fact helping some of those families that are who are really struggling right now. We're actually working to try to get a better handle to be able to quantify that for the council and to talk in more exact terms about that. But knowing our employee base as we do, we know that some of them are now single wage earners, when a couple of months ago they were one of 2 wage earners. And in some multi-generational households, there may have been multiple wage earners in the household. So those factors all combined lead us to include the 1.75% COLA in the budget that's recommended to you tonight.
Great. Thank you so much for that explanation, Jeff. I appreciate it. That answers my question. Thanks. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, Wendy. Any other questions on this particular section?
I think Cherry has the hand raised symbol.
Oh, okay, Cherry, please speak.
I'm sorry. No, I don't. Are you talking to
No,
Sherry or?
Not Jerry, Jerry.
Okay.
I don't know, Jerry? Trying to find her. There you are. Jerry, do you need to ask a question?
He's on mute right now.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that.
This is Jerry Hart. I do not have a question.
Okay, yeah, I know, we're looking at Jerry Haas. Well,
She no longer has her hand up.
Okay, good. All right, so no further questions. I'm moving on. General beginning fund balance, page, oh my God, that was bad. Am I in the right place? No, I'm not. Okay, general beginning fund balance. 62 to 63. Any questions on the general beginning fund balance?
This is Sal. Actually, could someone fact check the question that I had about the difference between the estimated beginning fund balance that we got that was in the 30-something percentile and the 11 to 13 that it's at? How much money, how long of a time period did that differential occur over? If you take my, do you understand that question, Ms. Claire, Jennifer? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I do, and that's one of the things that I have felt uncertain about what the data points are, because they do seem so different, and so I will put this back on a to-do list and get it back to you. It may have something to do with the fact that when you're looking at the financials, transfers don't count as expenditures in the way that we treat them in the budget. So that may be part of what makes the number larger in the actuals. And then, of course, the other thing that is just a feature year to year is you're basing your actuals on that year's current expenditures.
Right.
And so the expenditures last year relative to what's budgeted are, I want to say, in the range of $5 million difference. So when your number is larger, of course, your reserve is the amount of money you need to put in reserve grows, right? So that may be part of it as well. But
I really would appreciate some better context on that, because a big part of my concern about the strategic reserve was the perception that burn rate was significant over a 2-month period, and that, because I mean, that's, as you said, that's a pretty big jump from 30-something high percent to 11 to 13%, and so that is a big source of the lack of confidence that I have in the lower reserve number, not necessarily that I have a specific number in mind as to what we should hit. So thank you for that.
Let me say, I think that's a fair point, and I think the confusion is that that number was reported to you in the context of your audit and the financial statements, and that calculation is done differently than the budget. And so this group is used to hearing the budgeted number. And we'll try to provide some follow-up information to this full body and to the council prior to budget adoption that gives you a little bit more clarity on what the differences are between those two numbers, even though we use the same term in terms of fund balance to describe the end result. I think that's a fair point.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, thanks, Sal. Any other questions at this point? All right, then moving forward, General Fund Administration, page 65 to page 83. Any questions?
This is Sal. I have a few in there. Do you want to just do them page by page?
Sure, let's do that.
If anybody has, my first one is 76, so if anybody has any before 76, they should jump in ahead of me.
I've got page 71, and I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention our city memberships. Every year we kind of take a look at that and just get a sense of COG and League of Oregon Cities and professional associations to take a look at what those dollars are. That's about $51,000, $51,500.
Yeah, and that kind of goes hand in hand with one of our priority goals, so to speak, that we chose this year was to improve our intergovernmental relationships and things like that. So those are kind of important things to leave in the budget, at least at this point in time.
Oh yeah, they bring tremendous value. COG's brought so much tremendous value, as Sal has reported back to us, and he knows that. And you know, COG's helped us with our annual review of Jeff and others, and League of Oregon Cities with the training aspects.
Yeah, they've been invaluable through this COVID thing too.
Absolutely.
I'm very supportive, in particular, of the League of Oregon Cities. They really do a lot of important work for us at the legislature to keep some bad things from happening, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Okay, onward and upward. What's next?
So for me, starting on page 76, this budget includes $30,000 for mayor and city council expenses. In 2018, that number was $14,000, and I guess I was curious to know what the driver was in the difference and whether this was an area where we could maybe significantly reduce some of those expenses.
So that's an area where we've typically held the line in the amount that's appropriated, and we, as we indicated, or as I indicated earlier, we exercise some discretion. We don't always spend that money. We tend to maintain that budget. I think my guess is in 2018, there was a relatively little interest in attending the League of Oregon Cities training and maybe a couple of other training opportunities that might have been available. So that tends to be a hold the line budget, and there are some years we spend close to that amount, and other years, as in 2 years ago, when we spent about half of it.
And then I think the cost of our meals, Jeff, are there for council, and we've changed that up a little bit, and maybe that doesn't cost as much.
That's correct. We're not feeding you at all in the last 2.5 months.
So part of my interest is not necessarily just trying to improve the strategic reserve. As I mentioned earlier, there are, a few things in the budget or that are not in the budget that I really think should be. And I guess I'll just throw out the three of them. We've already talked about the fire staffing and the SAFER grant at length, so I'm not going to go into that. But I mentioned earlier security cameras for the library. That was only a $30,000 line item. And so I would really appreciate an opportunity to go into some of these items where we don't think we're going to spend the money, identify that, pull that money out, and look at least a few places where we might be able to spend some money in slightly different ways to improve different services. And in the case of the library, I think it's, we had a person, killed there. I think there's absolutely a need for better security than we had, and I think we need cameras in that library. So that's one item that I feel should be prioritized in this budget, and it's not a huge expense. The second is that at least through July 25th.
Just let me suggest there was no one.
Sure.
There was no one killed at the library.
I mean, there was I overstated, but you take my point.
There was an assault. Yeah, there was an assault.
Yeah, it was, you're right. I apologize. So, but so then we also have, the second point is the federally reimbursable emergency expenses that we've taken advantage of to provide housing for folks during the COVID-19 issue. My understanding is that at least through the end of July, that money will continue to be available to us, and at a 75% reimbursement rate. And so that's another place where if we can identify places where we can continue to leverage city funds to provide shelter and food for people in light of these economic losses, and have some of that money reimbursed during the upcoming budget cycle, that is another place where I think we should be seeking to free up funds.
And
so that that was the reason for going into some of these particular
I appreciate it. I think that's a great opportunity to remind the council that's the council and budget committee. That's actually an area where we have been pretty conservative. We know that we're going to be getting reimbursement for some of the costs that we've been incurring over the last several months, and may well be able to continue to do that into the next fiscal year. While we are tracking and monitoring those costs, and in some cases we have started the application process, we didn't budget any reimbursement from the federal government for either the current year or the upcoming fiscal year. So to the extent that we are able to leverage those funds and get reimbursement, that will be some additional revenue that isn't currently contemplated in the proposed budget document.
Do you or Chief Lightfoot have a rough estimate of how much money we think is reimbursable?
So I can tell you that at this point, we did receive $69,000 in revenue from the CARES Act that was related to the loss of ambulance service fees. So that revenue was received and booked in the current fiscal year. I know that we have submitted, or at least we're in the process of compiling some of our costs for materials expenses. I'll turn to Rich to provide you any details on either what we have currently spent and expect to ask for reimbursement, and what continued expenses may occur. I did mention earlier in my budget message about $20,000 for emergency shelter services and $10,000 for additional support for food resources in the community. We expect at least a portion of both of those expenses to be reimbursed. So in addition to those, Rich, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. We have $42,000 in the grant application already through the fire programs. That's 85% reimbursable for PPE for the department. Working with the finance director on another dollar figure that just came through the email today that we're working on. We'll probably try and apply for our overtime costs for full reimbursement from them, as well as our decontamination of the fire station. Those numbers are right around $60,000 combined between the two. And then we also have some additional costs that are out there that because of decontamination was not a big priority on the grant application. We will defer to FEMA. We also have costs like contracting the services of the wastewater services retired gentleman to come back and help facilitate, which we're trying to fit what category that goes into, as well as we have some COVID leaves that we're looking at how we get reimbursed for those processes. So some of those dollars I don't have dollar figures on yet. I do have the dollars on the fire department stuff, as I indicated, that we've already either applied for or will be applying for shortly.
And so,
thank you, Chief.
Those kind of resources will do two things. One, they'll have some marginal and positive impact on our reserve number moving forward, and they'll create potentially some capacity to address some of the expenditure issues that we've already identified and may come to light as the year moves forward. So, thank you, Sal.
So just to understand, that was about Rich Chief Lightfoot said that was about 60,000 plus on his end, in addition to maybe another 30,000 reimbursable that you referenced. So maybe, maybe 90 or more.
So the 60 is for the overtime, and I'm sorry, what was the other item, Rich?
Decontamination of the station.
Yeah. So decontamination and overtime is about 60. Purchase of PTE is a little over 40,000. Shelter and food services is another 30,000. So we expect the numbers that we request ultimately to be higher than that. Some of those may be fully reimbursed, some of them may be partially reimbursed. Whatever reimbursement would come to us would essentially be unbudgeted funds and would go to our bottom line reserve, at least initially in the budget.
Okay.
I'm sorry, other questions, Sal?
Yeah, so page 78, and again, like for every one of these categories, and I guess I just won't bring them up category by category, but page 78 for legal department, 10,000 for travel and education, 82 HR, 4,000. I'm definitely in favor of the necessary certifications, that people need. But I really feel that, even though you're telling me that, trips that aren't going to happen, I really think we should absolutely zero out all non-essential travel that, there's conferences and things like that I think should be removed from the budget. And I think that should happen at every one of the, finance, page 90, engineering, page 99. I think all of those travel and education budgets should be looked at and reduced.
Okay, anything else, Sal?
I have I have a question. If I could go back, because I know Sal's going forward on us. Unless you want to finish, Sal, and then I can go back.
I'm done for now.
Oh, okay. So Jeff, can you tell me just a little bit about I think we probably will be addressing this as part of our evaluation of city buildings, but the Chamber of Commerce building, it looks like based on the numbers that we go a little bit backwards on that building, if you included real estate taxes, if not just break even. Is that something we'll be evaluating, whether or not we should? It seems like that's not a core service for us to have property that we're renting out.
That is one of the areas where we'll be evaluating. We've had some initial conversations with the Chamber of Commerce about the future of that building. We have some repairs that will need to be made on the building, whatever it is we decide to do with it. So that's definitely an area where we will be pretty specifically focused on the long-term use of that facility.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Okay, moving along. Let's see. We are now to general finance, page 85 to 92. General finance. Anyone? Hearing nothing.
Just the same note, page 90, travel and education.
Yeah, okay. So all T&E, so wants it out. Okay, engineering. E as in education. General engineering, page 94 to page 100. Any comments? General planning.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep up, so can you give another?
Yeah, Zach, where are you at?
Well, I'm scrolling to 93. There we go.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, is there a targeted project list for this coming year? I know I'd asked about at the end of, and maybe this is...
For engineering?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's right at the beginning.
Services, future challenges. I just wanted to see if our post-Baker Creek discussions of perhaps getting some improvements to Baker Creek Road had jumped or made it up this budget. So wanted to check in on that, if this was a section or if they're in another section or if they're not in there.
Jeff, I don't think they're in there. What is in there is the neighborhood commercial area, which definitely reduces traffic on the roads. It's one of the reasons it's there. But Mike, what can you want to say on that?
Are the neighborhood traffic areas as a function of the city's engineering department, or the neighborhood traffic areas as
the neighborhood commercial areas reduces traffic, but that's just me. Mike?
You're talking about a function of the Baker Creek North development. I'm talking about items in the city's budget.
Okay, Mike?
Yep, thank you, Chair. A little later, you'll get to the transportation fund budget that contains the capital outlay work related to transportation that we'll be doing this year. It's primarily the Old Sheridan Road project, as well as, which is completion of the bond work, as well as a major repave of Lafayette Avenue, which the council's awarded those contracts. You'll also see a little bit of paving work related to One of our I&I projects, we have a couple street segments that we promised in the bond measure that we'd repave, that we're fixing the sewers first. But there were no projects proposed in response to any recent development projects.
So confirming I heard that right, nothing of note on Baker Creek Road.
That is correct.
Okay, any other comments? Moving on, general fund planning, page 103 to page 129.
I have a couple of one question in here for Heather. Page 126 under resources, you have $7,500 in, I believe, expenditures for code compliance. That was a new item this year, and I was just curious about it.
Oh, that is, it's not a new item. It was in our old budget as well. We've just rearranged everything. So that is code enforcement abatements and payback of those. So we don't have a trend history for that, so I'm just trying to plug in some best guess numbers. We did have a property we did an abatement on this year that is on the market right now, and we put a lien on the property, so if it sells, we should get those funds back as resources.
So you're just basically putting capital in there to cover the cost of any abatement that you need to take, and then at some point you may recapture it if a property transacts, or...
Yeah, and the goal is hopefully at some point in time that sort of abatement costs and resource recovery costs are cost neutral.
Mm-hmm.
But right now with the program only just beginning, the abatement cost is higher than the recovery cost.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on, general fund police, page 150.
Wait, I'm not done.
Okay,
Cherry.
sorry.
Go on. Off the hook, Heather.
Oh.
This is Cherry. I guess I think that this is one area where we have an opportunity, because I haven't given up on the affordable housing initiative. What was your track record on having the people who opposed your planning decisions this last year? It seems to me you had 100% success in sustaining the planning initiatives that came before the city council that were then passed by the city council, regardless of what the community said. Every single item that came towards you was approved just because you were guided by and constrained by the state guidelines for what planning or development is guided by. I can't think of one thing that got overturned.
So I think if I understand what you're asking is, did any of the city's land use decisions get appealed to LUBA? And no, none of them did.
None of them did. So I'm saying that we have very limited land use. We have a very long-term plan, which I support in terms of the planning. But I think we have an opportunity to scale back some of your department's initiatives this year so we can implement the affordable housing initiative that many of us fought for last year. And oh my gosh, it just happened to get shut out this year. So this seems to be an opportunity where we could scale back some of your planning activities so that we can go forward with something that's very important for our community and for a population that has no voice on this council.
There are a number of affordable housing opportunities going forward. I don't know how much you want to talk about it.
I'm talking about the $300,000 that was designated for the affordable housing initiative that got shut out of the budget this year.
May I step in here for just a moment?
Go ahead.
Remy Drafkin, I chair the McMinnville Affordable Housing Task Force. Our planning department has been working with and for our committee that is identified not only what's important for the city to be working on, and that entire plan has come through the city council for approval. But in addition, they've been following all the direction that has been given And beyond that, the entire planning department has been working to bring more affordable housing dollars into the city, including very aggressively going after a number of different House bills over the last number of years. House Bill 4079, currently House Bill 4001, which is still up in the air. There's been plans made for the Affordable Housing Task Fund made. Those dollars have also gone towards current programming, programming that's been developed within the overview of the planning department, and one program really specifically, which was the brainchild of a very small committee that our planning director sat on, which was increase access to domestic violence shelters at no actual cost to the community in the long run. So I guess I'm a little confused by, or I'd like to understand more what your concerns are regarding the Affordable Housing Task Force, whether it's its source or its application, because that committee has been extremely thoughtful and not single-minded in moving forward either. So I guess I need a little bit more information to really understand what the current issue is with either the planning department or with the way those funds have been acquired and or spent. Please.
I think she's alluding to the transient lodging tax funds that were allocated, the 189,000 or something to that effect.
Absolutely. So if I guess I don't understand why the affordable housing, the allocation of the 300,000 from the transient tax got excluded from this budget, when specifically last year in our budget discussions, it was a major criteria that those funds be used and included in the budget. So now why isn't it in the budget?
Jeff, please.
It was a balancing exercise.
Of course, people who have no voice on the city council are excluded.
I'm sorry, did you want me to answer the question, Cherry? I legitimately have an answer for you, and it may not satisfy you, but I'd like to share it. The funds that were budgeted this year went largely unexpended and we're going to roll over into next year. We did our best to try to balance the budget because there were relatively few projects that came forward that could access that fund. We made a strategic decision to roll that into the ending fund balance. The resources are still there, and should the council be approached by a developer or a project that could benefit from those funds, the council has the ability to allocate those funds moving forward. To budget them as an expense account, knowing that there was at least some likelihood that they would not be accessed, as they were not largely accessed during the course of the current year, it seemed to us that as tight as our reserves were, it made more sense to put it into the reserve, still giving the council the opportunity to allocate those funds during the course of the year if a worthy project moved forward. And I certainly understand your frustration. It is not a lost opportunity, however.
Well, I think if I can, what I heard from Cherry that she asked of me was, are there places in the budget, in the planning budget, that can be reduced to help the Affordable Housing Fund be funded? I guess, so Cherry, when we, as a department head team, we went through a recast of the budget when the COVID event occurred, and I did reduce this long-range planning budget by about 100, I forget how much money I reduced it by, to be honest with you, but I took a significant amount of money out of it that was set aside for our UGB effort, which the city council has charged us with doing in a certain time period. And my team is now working under this very constrained budget to get that done. I think we'll deliver it, but it has definitely put a lot more stress on the team to do so. For affordable housing in McMinnville, supply is going to be critical. That's why we have an affordable housing problem. And so the discussion over the last couple of years is how do we increase housing supply here? And that's where we got the direction from City Council to try and move forward with the urban growth boundary amendment again. The other thing that's in the budget is a mandate from the state, the House Bill 2001. That's a performance mandate that has a time frame on it that we can't change, and it's not changing with the COVID event. That's been discussed already at the state level. So we have to do the work for that. We have requested, and hopefully we'll get a large portion of the funds necessary for that work from a grant program, but we have to match those grants to get the funds. And that's the House Bill 2001, but that's also a supply program. So hopefully, if we're able to bring more land supply online in McMinnville, we'll be able to get more types of housing products built here that will help with affordability. We do have, I want you to know that we do have 3 subsidized housing projects we're working on right now. And we had discussion about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in terms of how we could leverage that to help those projects. And it just wasn't enough money to make meaningful impacts. So the most impact, where we can make more meaningful impact was matching them up with the state funds that are available right now for affordable housing projects. So and also trying to find land for those projects. And so we've been doing that. And the land has been secured for it, and now we're working on those state relationships to bring those funds in. But as land is less and less available, it's going to be harder and harder to bring those projects online.
So I guess everything that, and Heather, I am very supportive of all the work that you've done. I know you have worked very hard, and given the fact that we have very constrained land boundaries, I'm very aware of those constraints on our ability to meet affordable housing. But I'm going to go back to the fact that it's easy for us to defer projects like that because the people who are affected by it are by and large don't have a voice in our organization. And so I feel impelled to be the squeaky wheel.
Yeah, no offense taken, Sherry. I know you feel that way. I want you and others to know, though, that there are counselors representing that voice at the table. Kelly Menke and Remy have both been very active in the affordable housing discussion and shelter for people without homes. If you were asking me if there's a place to cut in the budget, the place where I would cut, but this is a value system of the community that we've heard over the last year or two, would be the natural resources study. And that would be looking at natural resources in our community that we want to preserve and be able to save and figure out how to still continue with development at a level that we need, but be able to mitigate and preserve those resources.
Okay, I have one last question. And I might be wrong about this, but I thought I remember reading that McMinnville missed out on an opportunity for low-cost housing allocation from the state because we didn't get the matching funds from the county or the matching activity. Am I wrong in that? Did I read that incorrectly?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware of anything like that.
So what you may be thinking about, Cherry, is that House Bill 4001 was a bill in the short session this year that included an earmark for McMinnville that would have helped fund a navigation center, a shelter system with wraparound services. That bill had the support of the legislature, but sort of ran aground at the end of the short session when there wasn't a quorum. So you may be thinking about that earmark.
Right.
We have actually sent a letter to the governor's office and to the speaker's office encouraging them to bring House Bill 4001 back for consideration if the governor chooses to call a special session, and we've encouraged them to continue considering that earmark as a possible opportunity for this community.
Okay, so the reason I brought that up is because I know that we're very concerned about the economic prosperity, particularly of our downtown corridor, And to the extent that we don't have an ability to provide a focus for the homeless people and a way to provide services for them, it kind of reduces the attractiveness of our downtown. And I'm not just a goody two-shoes, I'm thinking about the economic viability of our downtown merchants. And if we don't figure out a way to manage the needs of people who are, for whatever reason, impaired in their ability to survive in our economy, we're not going to help our downtown people.
May I respond again?
Sure.
I think there's two things that jump to my mind. One is that YCAP has been vastly expanding its services in order to address kind of a heightened need during this pandemic. The other thing is that the city administration is working actively with downtown businesses. There is not a single resident of McMinnville that does not feel the weight of needing to preserve our downtown into something that is reflective of what we all know and love. So our city administration is working hard along with a number of organizations to bring out something that's very thoughtful, that is working with downtown merchants and for the benefit of downtown merchants. And hopefully there can be a very positive cross-section there with the expanded sheltering that's happening and the needs of downtown merchants.
Any other questions in this section?
Kelly, I have one.
Okay, Wendy.
Heather, I just wanted to verify, this is just a verification. I see that we have more materials in this year, and looking through it, looks like a lot of that might be associated with the UGB work. Are there other things in addition to that cause that increase in materials costs, or is that correct, that most of that is because of the work that we need to do for UGB?
So we divided planning into 4 sub-funds this year so we could do a better job of isolating full cost recovery for the different programs. Is there a particular sub-fund where you've noted?
Yeah, so I think, and I'm just verifying, but I think it's on page 125. I'm just trying to connect because breaking it out, I can't see what was spent in the previous year. I think it is probably the professional services. I see that there's some UGB.
So the professional services is the highest it's been since I've been here for this year, and that is really the two efforts that we need to do in this next calendar year, which is House Bill 2001, and then the UGB effort.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification.
Other questions?
Page 114, the 128,000 for business license. Did we talk about how that's going to roll out or when that's going to roll out? I know it was in the budget last year and then pulled out, and haven't really heard much about it for this year.
Yeah, so that was actually removed in the budget that's been proposed to you tonight. We pulled that out entirely in terms of both the revenue and all the expenses associated with that.
Jeff, you want to comment on that?
So we had built that into the budget as a self-sustaining kind of sub-program about 2 years ago when we started the conversation. We ended up not moving forward with the business license program, so we didn't spend the money. So we ended up carrying kind of a revenue and an expense for about a year and a half. Given the sort of the current nature of the economy and pressure on local businesses, we felt that if the council wants to move ahead with a conversation with the business community about a business license, we can certainly do that. But it felt like to maintain both the revenue and expense for an item that hadn't really moved forward, we would just clean that up because it overstated both the revenue and the expense side of the budget.
you for the explanation. Sorry, I'm looking at an old printed copy of my budget.
Other questions? You ready for police? I'd like to get through police and then maybe take a short break. So, page 130 to page, I think I gave you too early. Page 130 to page 134. Any questions? I think this is just mostly the first part. Okay, then from page 136 to page 142.
I have a few questions for the chief. On page 136 under resources, there was an estimate in there for an additional 5,000 in donations over the previous year, and I was wondering, was that something specific, or was it? I mean, did you have something specific in mind with that donation? Was it something that you were expecting, or was it just that you think you're going to get a bigger boost this year?
Hey, Councilor Peralta, sorry, what page are you on? I'm sorry.
Page 136 under resources.
136 resources. I don't see what specific line are you referencing when it went up by?
Let me pull it up here.
I don't know that their numbers are the same as our numbers.
Oh, I see.
Chief, it's under miscellaneous donations.
Thanks, Adam.
Oh, I see.
6,400, yeah.
Yes, so those donations have come in kind. So those that have donated for projects such as Christmas projects, that sort of thing, that's where we're seeing those donation increases.
So it's just doing a better job of getting the charitable. Thank you for that, Chief.
That's correct.
Okay. 137 on my notes. Yeah, could you? No, actually, sorry, skip that. Okay. Never mind.
That it, Sal?
Yeah, that's it on that one.
Anybody else?
I have a question, Kelly.
Okay.
Good evening, Chief. Thank you for being here tonight with us.
Good to see you.
I have a question. It's on 137 on my packet, but it's number 6600-95
You bet.
for other income police.
Yep.
And it shows a significant increase over last year. Can you just educate me about what caused that bump in resources?
Well, that bump in resources is a projected increase should the Oregon International Air Show return. That's a reimbursement for our services there.
Great. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I guess I just had a sort of similar related question on planning for the air show in an era in which we don't know what the heck kind of events are going to go on. Are we just building a budget around a cost recovery proposal that if it happens, this budget will take care of it, and if it doesn't happen, we'll just zero that out and not be burned by anything? And I also know that maybe they gave an indication that, well, yeah, I guess that's my question is are we building that around the chance that it happens or doesn't happen? Right. We built it in a model that we would recover costs off that in our service time. And so the planning that's going on right now, in fact, I know City Manager reached out to Bill Brack earlier or later last week, and discussed Governor Brown's order and how that was going to affect the air show. So that right now is in sort of limbo. I know they have a meeting at the end of this month where they're going to discuss whether or not they're moving forward with it. Cool. Thank you. You're welcome. You ever going to figure out Zoom there, Chief? Sorry? You ever going to figure out Zoom there, Chief? Yeah, when I'm not here. If you catch me on a department head meeting, you'll see me on Zoom quite well.
He's a master at it. Okay, moving on to field operations, page 144 to 152.
I got one more for Chief on 138. That's travel and education. You're one of the only departments that's cut your travel and education budget in half. What prompted that, or how were you able to do that?
with the COVID, my travel will go down. That was just a cost cutting that we decided not to travel as much this coming fiscal year. That was, one of those things that you do.
Thank you.
We did it there. I mean, we had to come up with a number, and that wasn't a number that was easily done through my budget.
I also appreciated, Chief, that on the travel and budget items in yours, you specifically identified which certifications people were going for, so it made it easy to determine the value of the training.
You're welcome.
Okay, field operations. 144 to page 152. Questions?
I had a question, maybe I missed it already, but I saw that there was some additional expenditures this year for the Reserve Association, and I was wondering if the chief could share with the Budget Committee and folks watching what the costs associated are and what the benefits of the Reserve Association are for folks who aren't familiar with it.
Are you talking about a Reserve Officer program?
Yeah.
Those are officers that we brought on. Right now we have 3. This current upcoming fiscal year, we planned not to bring anybody on board, just to reduce the upfront cost of hiring and then outfitting, that sort of thing, and then sending them to Reserve Academy. But by and large, they will go out and they will work with a regular officer. They'll work with just as a regular officer would, but they're with somebody, and they will go out and try to get their feet wet, and it's a good starting point for those that wish to move on and potentially get hired full-time, and or those citizens that are just interested in law enforcement and want to give back to their community that have chosen to do it this way. So that's the Reserve program in a nutshell.
Thanks, Chief.
You bet.
Any other questions?
I have, Chief, this is Cherry. I have a question for you, and it's not necessarily on this particular section, but you've heard our concerns about the reserves and unexpected expenses. So what do you think is the biggest risk that your department has in terms of unexpected expenses?
Unexpected expenses, those are always something we try to control. We can't control crime, unfortunately, and that's why our overtime budgets you see are a little larger, actually really substantially larger than you would expect. That's in anticipation of, potential crime, specifically the investigation of those detectives that work complex crimes, homicides, robberies, those sort of things. Those are costly, but with respect to unanticipated costs, we pray that there's nothing major happen in MAC, but at the same time we are ready, and those expenditures are sort of built into our budget already.
Okay, thanks.
You bet, Cherry.
Any other questions on that section? All right. Investigations and support for the police, page 154 to page 171. Investigations and support.
This will be where our detectives are housed out of, and school resource officers, to include parking enforcement and evidence and property as well.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your information. General Fund Municipal Court. Are we ready for that? Page 173 to page 182. Municipal Court, 173 to 182. Any questions?
I just wanted to make one quick comment. I know that there were a lot of changes in the municipal court in the last year, and I just wanted to express my appreciation to Jeff and the management team that I believe the court function has actually improved in the last year, despite not increasing costs. So I just wanted to pass on an attaboy for that one. That was a good transition.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
General Fire, page 154 to page 190. Mostly informational, but any questions? All right, Fire Administration and Operations, page 92 to pay 198 or 99.
I have a couple of comments in here. The first is that I do think it would be a good idea to account for the SAFER grant option in this budget. I was disappointed to not see that in there since we are applying for the grant. And then I had a couple of questions. The budget has a line item for $386,000 in on the revenue side for fire service calls from the rural fire district. Chief Lightfoot, do you have a rough estimate about the breakdown percentage-wise roughly between rural versus MAC calls to fire and EMS?
So, Rich, before you answer that question, let me address the issue of the SAFER grant. This budget was built about 6 weeks ago. The council a week ago directed us to apply for the grant. So the grant's not in this budget. We won't know about the grant award until July or August. Our suggestion is that we deal with that proposal should we be successful through the grant process. We will have gotten through the end of the fiscal year. By the time we know about that grant award, we may well have closed the current year. We'll have 2 months of revenue and expense experience roughly under our belt for next fiscal year, and we can do a much better job of suggesting options to fund that grant, given the information we'll have at hand in August or September, better than we can now. And so that, combined with the fact that these numbers were put together before we got that direction from the council, is why that issue's not in this budget.
That's fair. Thank you, Jeff.
Go ahead, Rich. Thank you. Thank you, Sal.
The question pertaining to the rural district grant, the McMinnville Rural District call volume runs about 10% of that of the city of McMinnville. So that's just right out. That's kind of been the trend since I've been here for 12 years. I can get you actual numbers, Counselor. I'll email it to you here in just a few minutes.
That rough number is close enough. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate it. Our Chief. I did just want to make one note as a case in point here. The 1 year increase in PERS and insurance costs for admin and operations staff in this budget went from $565,000 to $767,000. I feel like we could have taken just about any employee category and had a similar number with regard to the PERS change. And in this case, that's 1.5 to 2 fire staff positions. And so I wanted to just make a note that those increased costs are part of what is putting downward pressure on our budget and our ability to staff a lot of these positions. And I just wanted to highlight that.
Anything else?
Yeah, I have two for Rich. Line item 5340 and line item 6115, fire department service fees and the code enforcement are jumping substantially, and I was just wondering if you could highlight how you anticipate such a substantial increase in revenues.
So the fire department service fees are a fee that we are allowed by council resolution and ordinance to charge for vehicle accidents for non-residents. And we have initiated an agreement with a company that will simplify and streamline our ability to bill those incidents so that we can move that and get that taken care of and move on faster. Right now, our antiquated paperwork process was not functional for us, and we were not doing a good job of following up on it. This will create an automated system with a couple of photos that they can do in an app in the field, and it will improve our ability to recoup some of those revenues that we have been missing out on.
A non-resident, like non-city resident or non-McMinnville address?
So the code that the city council passed, those that have a McMinnville address, so the rural district who pays taxes to the city for fire service and the city of McMinnville residents. So any other resident involved in an accident would be subject to those costs.
And then the code enforcement, what's, I know we've adjusted some of our fees in that, but capturing $10,000 versus $1,000 in code enforcement? Is that realistic, or?
We have some fees as a part of our fee structure coming to council as part of the ordinance that is being worked on by Chief McDermott and Heather. Council will be having a discussion around. Some of those fees are just the ability to charge for services that we currently aren't charging, like late night reimbursement for inspections and those types of things for cost recovery on inspectors down on events going on in the town.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Yep.
Other questions in that section? Moving on, general fund fire prevention and safety, page 201 to page 202. Okay. Fire again, ambulance, page 204 to page 208. Any questions? Okay, good. Parks and Recreation. Parks and Recreation Administration, page 212 to page 219. Any questions? Parks and Recreation.
I have a question.
Okay.
Susan, are you still with us? No concerts this year. Did that get changed in your budget and your intention for that?
It did not get changed in the budget. As we've discussed, this budget was prepared before we knew that gatherings like that were going to be canceled. We have canceled them. At the same time, we are trying to figure out how to deliver rec services differently and looking at some online software options that might allow us to do some scavenger hunts around town for summer programming and that type of thing. So no summer concerts this year, but we're trying to do the recreation programming through MAC2U.
And I know you've had some large-scale challenges personnel-wise, just that direct personnel to deliver your service. Do you feel that this budget right here, no idea how every day changes the way you're going to be able to deliver your service? Does this budget allow you to respond to the needs and deliver what you think is an adequate level of service to get people out and about this summer, however that can look, and encourage that in fun and exciting ways, as you already have demonstrated?
There's a lot of conversations about that going on around the entire state and trying to figure out what we can do under the restrictions. But if I understand your question correctly, it's, do we have some flexibility in this budget here to still have some summer programming that we would normally have through concerts and other things? Is that sort of your question, Councilor?
No, actually almost the opposite. I think, does this budget allow you, with having to make the cuts that you've had to make because your normal programs that you staff up for and execute are no longer going to happen? Does this budget allow you to pivot and deliver services differently than you normally do, at least with a level of comfort that you could say, yes, I have the resources, or no, if I want to do an activity on Saturday, I just got to pull up my cupboard drawer, find the 27 paper clips and make a fun activity out of that? Or does this allow you to create activities in this COVID era?
Yes, and what I would say is that we open the cupboards and pull out the paper clips and duct tape all the time. That is the level that we budget to here in McMinnville. So what I would say is, yes, we are approaching this with the same attitude. This budget was built before we knew anything was going to change. And it gives us the flexibility to move through unknown times from what I can tell. And as Jeff mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to be checking in frequently over the next several months and looking at ways to tweak things and assess things. And for the budget committee members, I don't believe that they got the memo that the council did early in April about the layoffs. I would anticipate communicating in much the same way about the program needs and the staffing and the revenue updates as we go through the next several months.
Thanks. I just want to make sure, you don't feel hamstrung. I think the public and open spaces are going to become even more of a gem as people and want to protect those. So thank you for all you do and will do.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Any other questions in this section?
I just had a couple of comments. I really appreciated, Susan, hearing your confidence that this budget gives you the flexibility to provide programming that may look very different from what you're anticipating. I'm a huge supporter of Parks and Rec, and it is frustrating to me that it's often like the most beautiful things that we have that tend to get cut when things get bad, right? Particularly in an environment where people really can't get together and do a lot of the things that they talk about. And I guess I'm just going to make the one comment, which is that outside of building and planning, where we're really, really dependent on the building happening and the revenue, I feel like parks is like kind of our second biggest exposure in this budget, because the cost recovery on parks is maybe 35-40%, I'm guessing, just looking at these numbers. And so if we were to do programming and not have the number of people going to the aquatic center that we expect, or the number of people signing up for soccer or whatever, it could make it a really challenging budget. So I just wanted to wish you luck and just say I appreciated the statement. The other question, I guess, that I have, and this relates to management both in parks and I guess this is almost more of a question for Kylie, but when you did the salary analysis stuff for the management level stuff, was there like leveling across the director level positions? Because I've noticed that there's maybe not an appearance, at least, of it seems like our director level folks are paid different scale slightly, and I wasn't sure about that, but I really noticed it particularly with parks, and I noticed it with planning director.
So that is something that we're looking at in our classification and compensation project, and it will come out in the recommendations how we want to structure the department head levels. The information I have right now is showing that there may be some changes that are recommended for that. So it is definitely part of it, but their recommendations aren't finalized and ready to share.
I just noticed, I mean, again, it's totally anecdotal, but I noticed that there's a few positions that we have that tend to be, women are in those roles, that there may be a little disparity that I saw. And so I just wanted to flag that, and Parks was one of those cases. So thank you for that, Kylie. But I guess I just repeat to Susan, I'm definitely this Parks and Rec budget was one of the ones that had me the most concerned because of the lack of information that you had available to you when you were making it. And so I wouldn't be too surprised to see course corrections coming forward.
We are watching it very closely.
Thanks.
This is Alison. I have a question on this. I would urge you to make a plan for the aquatic center roof. I know that you answered that this had to be deferred, but you identified a problem in 2017. You're not going to include it in this year's budget. So by the time you get to it, you will have identified a problem in a center that mostly does services for older adults and children. So if I were to take excess money for anything, it might be to make sure that was not in any way a risk for the city.
Thank you, Allison. I appreciate that comment as well.
And I think, there's several department heads and the city manager that could comment on the situation with our deferred maintenance on our buildings, and certainly the Parks and Rec buildings are no different. And a couple of years ago, we kicked off the process to look at a bigger picture discussion about Parks and Rec programming in addition to the feasibility of repairing the existing buildings, and compared that with the cost of building a new facility. And at the time, the council directed us to start investigating one new joint facility between the community center and the aquatic center. So I think that was fueled because of the condition of the roof and because of the condition of the deferred maintenance. And so we're happy to be on that track, but it does amplify that the more time we go down the road here, the more maintenance deferral we're doing. Having said that, we have gone in and made over the years some small minor repairs to the roofs and the community center also has leaks. For those of you who walk the track, you'll step around garbage cans collecting leaking water. But we do, I think everybody, certainly in the department, is acutely aware of that, and the city management as well. So.
Other comments?
Yeah, since we're on the pool, how are we gonna run a pool that's not open and may never open for the summer? That's just a softball question there.
Yeah, we're gonna run it out of Discovery Meadows perhaps, and focus on making sure that we can get the splash pad open ASAP. We don't know the answer to that. I think everybody's very eager to get back in our facilities, and we're happy to see that. We will just continue to adjust both of our expenditures and our revenue losses as we move through the next several months and figure it out. That sort of unknown exists for all of our programs, including the fall soccer. If that isn't able to run, that has a huge impact to our revenues and also the community's well-being and the recreational opportunities for our community. The pool as well, the community center and the senior center as well. We're getting new information every day about how we might be able to open those and what the impacts are of the closures. So in the meantime, we're focusing on the outdoor areas this summer and really making sure that people can have some activities in some safe areas and trying to keep those programmed, as well as out of Mike Bissett's department, the maintenance aspects of it, and making sure we can respond to the community while staying within the governor's guidelines.
Thank you. I'm willing to do my part and help and make sure no sand goes in the splash pad.
Okay, moving on to Parks and Recreation, Community Center and Recreation Programs. Page 239 to page 252. 253, I'm sorry, one more page, 253. Any questions on those pages?
Susan, this is Cherry. I have a question for you. There's been a lot of reporting about the fact that many parents see coming back to work as we try to ramp up our workforce, is that they have depended on either the schools or the summer programs to basically provide childcare for their kids so they can go back to work. And given your staffing issues, what do you think some of the biggest obstacles are, and where are you providing for that in your program, if at all? I mean, I realize you're on a very constrained program.
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's something that changes every day right now as well. We run a summer day camp called STARS, which is used a lot for childcare for folks who need care during the working hours. We are still planning on running that this summer. New guidelines from the governor just came out, and we're evaluating how we would do that. They are intense guidelines with how you keep pods of kids separate, but we're looking at that. We also surveyed those families who already signed up for STARS to find out would they actually show up, because one of the things that we're finding is we can plan for all of these things, but until families and community members are comfortable participating in them, they may stay back. We reached out to a nonprofit that helps place families and kids and make connections with child care facilities in McMinnville. And currently what we understand is that private and nonprofit child care facilities are running at about 50% capacity right now. So those programs have capacity in McMinnville. we were worried that all the programs were full and that might be prohibitive to people returning to work, but it sounds like there is still a lot of capacity for childcare in McMinnville. So we want to make sure we're not competing with those businesses, but at the same time being able to respond to our community. When we did reach out to those families that have already signed up for our STARS summer day camp, it was kind of a split, and I think it's about 67 families were signed up over the course of the summer to participate in this child care program. It was about a 30-30-30. That's a really rough split. We haven't heard from everybody. Some people saying they wanted to get the refund right now and they were not going to participate, to those that needed a little more information and weren't sure yet, to those that really needed it. So our plan right now is to continue ahead with that summer childcare, which we call STARS Day Camp, and see what the needs are and what the interest level is in the community. I will say, with the additional guidelines coming out of the governor's office, the program looks very different. There's no travel involved. You know, we used to do day trips on Fridays. We aren't allowed to do non-essential travel, so we won't be going to the pool and to OMSI and to other places. Again, I mentioned that if we don't have access to the schools like we normally would for STARS, and so we're trying to figure out which one of our facilities we could run it out of. If you have been around the community center, we don't have great outdoor space for kids to play, so we're trying to figure out how to make that work. So still some unknowns in this, but we're just doing our best to respond to the community, stay plugged into those vendors that are already providing this care, and figure out how we can offer something if the community needs it.
Okay, thank you, Susan.
Other questions? Thank you, Susan. Great explanations. Appreciate all the information.
Too long, probably.
No. Really, people care a lot about parks. Okay, General Fund Parks and Recreation, Kids on the Block. Page 255 to page 261. Questions on these pages?
And Susan, just a observation on page 259. I see where our registration fees for Kids on the Block, as we've talked, need to be more self-sustaining, and I see this budget shows that increase. That's going to preserve a little bit of the extra money that will augment the program for, I think you said, an additional 2 years?
That's our goal. I think the balance in the KOB Inc. budget right now is about $500,000. So we're trying to make that last as long as we can. So this increase in the registration fee line item follows the guidance that the council gave us during the KOB TAC, which is to increase the fee to $1,700. And as you all know, our goal is to increase the fees and increase the scholarships at the same time based on needs, so that we can help supplement those families that need to have lower financial barriers to participation. Instead of making all of the fees artificially low, we're trying to change that paradigm in KOB.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the capacity of that program will still stay the same at 300?
Correct. The additional staffing costs are because we committed to including more weeks of the KOB program.
And then at the 1,700, what's our percent of cost recovery on that? Are we approaching?
I think that got us to, and I probably have to do a little more digging into that, Councilor Garvin, to get you an accurate answer, because of the additional weeks that we're adding to the program. That adds some cost too, but I thought that got us up to about 40%.
Okay, and then on the donations line item, that's kind of been all over the board the last couple of years. Is there, I mean...
Are you talking about the 6420-15?
Yeah.
Okay. We call that internally the fill-in number for KOB Inc. So that a lot of it depends on whether or not we get grant money from the school district. So for example, we're in a 21st century grant relationship with them, which offset $40,000 of our program here. So that's sometimes why that number goes a little higher or a little lower. Is at the end of the year, we figure out what the gap is between the city the city general fund subsidy part of that, the fees, and then KOB Inc. supplements the rest.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on Kids on the Block? Parks and Recreation, recreational sports, page 263 through page 281.
Susan, I guess in general, with the exception of KOB, as I mentioned, I feel like 3 of the 4 main areas that are under your purview are kind of ones that are the most up in the air right now. Not that KOB is not also, but it has maybe fewer challenges. Any given month that this programming doesn't happen in the way that we're sort of budgeting for, is that going to be, because we're at basically 30% or something cost recovery for Parks and Rec, any given month that happens, obviously there's going to be a staffing implication, but is that going to make your department, the impact of your department on the general fund less or about the same? So let's say nothing happens in terms of programming for the next month. What's the implication for that on this budget?
Yeah, and I think our cost recovery is closer to about 50% overall, but in addition to reducing our staffing costs with the layoffs that we did back in April, obviously we're also not spending as much on program fees. The exception to that, I would say, is we did buy a lot of equipment for baseball and softball, getting ready for it, but we'll be able to roll the equipment over into next year. I think it really is, we are making decisions day to day about what we're canceling and what we're trying hard not to cancel, and we're trying hard not to cancel everything. But when a new guideline comes out, we're analyzing it and trying to make sure, can we meet these guidelines? Can we open safely, and making good decisions from there. The month-to-month thing, are you implying with the seasonal?
Yeah, I mean, I just noticed, for example, let me just pull up my document here. So, and I just use kind of base numbers, but let's say, for example, rec sports. If the budget for rec sports or the operational cost is $339,000 and the receipts are $210,000, then basically we're recovering like $1 for every $1.70 or something we spend. Is the city going to be more revenue positive if we don't do the rec? I'm just trying to figure out if we don't do the rec sports, or if the community center doesn't open the way that we plan to, and so instead of spending, instead of receiving $385,000 in revenue and spending $785,000 at the community center, how does that impact your budget? Meaning, is it going to have a negative implication overall on revenues versus expenses?
Let me see if I'm understanding you correctly, to give you a little information. You have a lot of information for me about projected revenue loss for this fiscal year that we're currently in. What I haven't given you is the estimated unspent expenditures that we had budgeted, and those two are obviously relational. It's not one for one. We've done some quick back of the envelope estimates for this year, and while we had $450,000 in lost revenue, we probably had about $250,000 in expenditures that we did not need to do because the programs weren't running. Right. But we also have some programs that are money makers for us, and some programs that we subsidize more heavily, and so it really depends on which program we cancel, how much that's going to impact us. Some are heavy staffing resources and some are less, and so it's really a program by program decision that the Parks and Rec team gets together and figures out how we're going to handle it. We've also shifted, management team in Parks and Rec has done an amazing job in the last 60 days We have become a cohesive team and are shifting to the hot spots in the department. So we don't really have aquatic center staff and senior center staff and community center staff and rec sports staff. We have parks and rec staff that are trying to figure out what does the community need right now.
Right. I mean, thank you for that. And I appreciate that. And I, as I say, I can't imagine anybody, you know, or that many people are having to scramble more than you are. So, but really what I'm trying to get a sense of is, you know, if things don't open for the next, say, 2 months, right? And your budget is kind of planned on them being open for the next 2 months. What's the exposure to the city? Is it going to be, would you estimate that we're going to come out worse than this budget financially as a result of that? Or are we going to come out a little better because we're not going to spend quite as much?
That's a really hard question to forecast just because we don't know there's so many elements involved in that, even related to staffing and the conversations that you were having at the beginning of the meeting related to potential actions in that mid-year check-in that Jeff mentioned. I don't know that I could give you a good guess on that, Councilor Peralta, at this point. Jeff, maybe Jeff has an idea.
I think it's hard. What we haven't established is an expectation that if X amount of revenue doesn't happen next week, Susan has to cut Y amount of expense. So we haven't created a direct causal relationship between a program that happens or doesn't happen. We're really trying to look at it as a sort of more of a whole entity, and we'll work through that along with our, not just in the mid-year review, but in the sort of the periodic review as the summer moves forward. So that's one of the great unknowns, and the innovation and focus of the team will help us inform what kind of impacts we have in terms of on the expense side versus lost revenue.
Okay.
Okay.
I have one quick question, Kelly. Susan, this is for both you and Jeff, and this is Cherry. And I'm wondering, because like we talked about, the programs you have, particularly with the children, reflect on the capability of workers to be able to go to work and have a place for their kids to go. Have we had any dialogue with the business community about their willingness or ability to help provide a place for their workers' kids to go to? Because it has a direct economic impact on the employers and their ability to have workers come in regularly and not be worried about their kids.
I would not be able to tell you that we've done that specifically with COVID. The only thing I could reference is us trying to find out what the current capacity is for childcare to know whether or not there's a huge demand for it in our community. And our research, as I mentioned, indicates that there are spots available. We did do that check-in prior to COVID when we did the KOB assessment, and we brought community leaders together to talk about the difficulty of childcare in McMinnville, and what we know from that is there are just not enough slots available to families in McMinnville.
Well, and affordable slots, especially. So I'm just wondering if, not necessarily raising the prospect of a business tax, but just a dialogue with the business community. Are we doing anything about like that, Jeff?
Not specifically, you know, given the fact that we're less than a week into phase one of reopening, I think the businesses are sort of lower on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, quite frankly. They're trying to figure out how and if they can open their doors and to what extent. I think as we get into the summer and we move over to phase two and start to see how businesses are reacting, that's probably the time we could initiate these kinds of conversations. But a lot of folks, frankly, are focused on, are they going to be able to survive or not?
Right. Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Okay, then moving on to Parks and Recreation Senior Center, page 283 to page 300. Senior Center, page 283 to 300. Okay, then we're going to General Park Maintenance. page 302 to page 313. Is that right? 314. Sorry.
Just a general comment. I'm wondering now if some of the OWEB grants that I've been encouraging for park maintenance are going to be available in the current climate with the loss in lottery funds dollars. So I was curious to know, Susan, can you sort of give me a nickel tour on what the plans were this year relative to previous years with regard to park maintenance? Like we were trying to maybe expand some of that in the, the area near the Cozine by Joe Dancer and so on.
I will tee this up for Mike Bissett because park maintenance is out of his department.
Thanks, sorry.
Well, certainly David Renshaw is on as well if you have a specific question about a specific project along the Cozine, but I'm not aware that we've increased as part of this budget our efforts to leverage more of those funds, if that's what your specific question was.
Yeah, that is the question.
That's correct, Mike. We've not added any funds to leverage those. We are looking, we've been approached by Linfield and they're working on a project on the Cozine, kind of along behind the school and headed over towards Ford and Davis. And then over the last couple of years, we've worked with water and soil conservation on weed eradication along Old Sheridan and into Heather Hollow and those sorts of areas. There's really nothing new. I think those grants are still active. I don't see them going away, but I don't know that for a fact.
So Dave, do you think you're going to do kind of the same sort of plan where you'll do that Linfield to Davis or Ford Street again this year, or is that?
Yeah, that's what we're working with Linfield on. There's very little staff. There's really no cost, and there's very little staff involvement. We're more of a kind of a consulting group for them on basically identifying which parcels are city-owned and which parcels aren't. Mm-hmm. But there's no real cost to the city involved with that.
I mean, my recollection was that every $5,000 in dollars or in kind, like volunteer hours and stuff, triggers a $15,000 match. So it's a pretty good use of funds for staff time, if the money's there.
Right. So I don't know if I answered your question, but that's how it's laid out.
Yeah, good enough. Thanks, Dave.
You bet.
Okay, any other questions of Dave or Mike? All right, and moving on to General Fund Library, page 316 to page 327.
Kelly, I just wanted to call attention to line item 644015 and just kind of acknowledge an attaboy for the Friends of the Library and what they're bringing to the table with their grants and all the work they've done over the years. We're very fortunate as a city to have them on board, and congratulations to Jenny on keeping them motivated.
Jenny, could you comment on the safety issue that has been raised at the library, and because I'm curious to know whether you see the same need. Obviously, you put the idea of putting cameras into the library made it high enough on the priority list that if we get additional funding, that's something that would be considered. But can you comment on that issue and what you've dealt with in the past year, and really, do you think that's a worthwhile priority for us to push for now? I don't want to put you on the spot with the other management staff, but it's something that I feel is important. So I'd appreciate if you speak to it.
Sure. I do want to first thank Jeff for stepping in and clarifying, and I need to reiterate for public record that there was no one killed at the library.
I apologize for that, by the way. I'm so sorry.
My staff is was trained and handled it really well along with the police department. So, but yes, we do have, there have been issues off and on. We do what we can as a staff, and I do have great, I do have really good confidence in my staff in managing things. But one of the things that happened in regards to that, in that incident, was that the perpetrator was able to be caught very quickly because of the cameras that we do have. And so this was just to put more cameras around the library, just to increase that safety and security. There are certainly people in the community that have raised questions about the safety and security at the library. I personally, and I know that a lot of our staff and customers feel comfortable there, feel comfortable at the library, but I also feel like that there are others who have chosen to no longer visit the library. It's interesting to have started this home delivery, and one of the things that Jeff had mentioned early on when COVID was happening or just starting to happen, that this is going to change any number of things, any number of ways that we provide service in the community. And it may be that we will continue to provide home delivery. I think that cameras are certainly helpful. I don't think that they are the answer to things, everything being perfect and 100% safe, but it's a public space, and that's just how things, when you can and must invite all the public into your facility, there will be issues at certain points in time. I would say, yes, I think that the security cameras are important, and when I brought them forward to the executive committee during the capital outlay conversation, everyone was very supportive of that. So it's not I don't feel like it's the pitting the library against other departments. I would say though that I don't necessarily want to see the cameras come at the expense of library service hours or library service staff. That would be a disappointing trade-off for me to see. And I think it would be a disappointing trade-off for our community to see.
It's good to hear that perspective. Thank you.
Other questions for library?
I have more of a comment for Jenny.
Yes.
Hi, Jenny. It's Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
I wanted to second the kudos for the work that I know you guys have done to bring in through the library grants and donations, and you guys do an amazing job with the resources that you have, and additionally the additional work that you've done to make your services available even with this COVID-19 and the deliveries is ingenious, very, very I was heartwarming that you're still connecting the community to books even in this difficult time. So thank you so much for that, and to your team as well.
Yes.
And the last thing I wanted to say is that I appreciated the numbers that you shared with us. It's nice for us to hear back about what changes we made, how it impacted the community, and providing the numbers of the additional citizens served as a result of the additional hours was kind of neat. So thank you so much for all your work. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Other questions for Jenny? Okay, then moving along. General fund non-departmental, page 329 to page 339. Hearing nothing.
I got something.
All right.
I was just curious if Jeff or Jennifer could explain the difference between the state revenue share amounts that we discussed earlier and the state revenue share amounts on line item 4730 on page 334.
So this is Jennifer. Can you guys hear me? I had to move to my phone.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I had the same question when I was pulling together the numbers, and could not find explicit guidance either in statute or on the LOC website about this, of what are the various pots of money from state shared revenues. But it seemed like historically what we had been doing was using the marijuana, which is new, and the OLCC, I believe, as the two figures. And I went and just to kind of double check the scale of our number, I looked at a couple of other cities, and their numbers were also smaller than all of the state revenue sources I could find in their budget. So it seemed like the OLCC and the marijuana are what people use typically.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Other questions on general fund, non-departmental?
One more. This one's for Mike Bissett. The line item 6,975, it's wastewater services. Just kind of jumped around. I know we have some capital projects there, but even if we go back and skip last year, then we kind of jump up a decent percentage from the 304 to the 360, and I was just curious if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
So those transfers aren't something that my department actually calculates, Adam. It's actually comes through finance based on, I think, admin, finance, legal, and engineering costs that go to support wastewater services. I think the amended budget for 2020 includes the franchise fee. That's why it's listed at 831.
Right.
So perhaps Jennifer could add context.
Yeah, no, the big difference that for the 2020 amended is precisely what Mike mentioned. We, the way that the franchise fees, the new ones, I guess, with wastewater? No, with wastewater. We're accounting for them differently than we thought we would a year ago or a year and a half ago when we put together last year's budget. So that's the main reason why the big difference. But the increase between actuals in 2019 and 2021, I think that's 2019 would have had a different PERS rate. So both 2020 and 2021 had a kind of a jump on the PERS costs. And there must also be just small differences in how many hours and who all was involved in spending time.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Any other questions? Okay, moving along. Special Assessment Fund, page 341 to page 345. Special Assessments Fund. Hearing nothing. Transient Lodging Tax, page 347 to page 351. Transient Lodging Tax. Once, twice, Telecommunications Fund, page 353 to page 357. Telecommunications Fund. Hearing nothing. Energy Communications Fund, page 359 to page 367. Energy Communications Fund. Street Fund, page 369, page 382. That's Street State Gas Tax Fund. Scott, did you want to say anything on this one?
I did. Mike, just to kind of, we were on our call this morning with the LOC and talking to ODOT. I know we put this budget together prior to COVID. We're anticipating less state gas tax to support streets. Can you just give kind of an update from your perspective for the council to understand that? You know, we've talked about Parks and Rec, but I think streets is one of the areas that's going to have a major hit in revenue moving, you know, into 2020.
Sure, thanks, Mayor. And what you don't see is the revised estimated number that we put in for 2020. And David Wrench and I were pretty aggressive at the reduction in revenue we expected this fiscal year, perhaps more than the state was anticipating. So I think we're comfortable that over the 2-year period, the 2020 estimated and the 2021 proposed, that we're going to be pretty close in revenue target based on the guidance that ODOT's continually updating as we get farther along in the pandemic.
Yeah, because they put, what, 20% reduction in April and a 40% reduction in May, and then kind of returning to normal in June?
That's correct. And the estimated number that we used for this fiscal year was $2.215 million. And you can see that the adopted budget for this year was $2.65 million. So we were fairly aggressive in the revenue reduction. We were anticipating probably too aggressive, but over the 2 fiscal year period, I think the numbers will hit those targets.
Right, and then for 2020, time will only tell as we go through the summer what that looks like.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mike? Airport Maintenance Fund, page 385 to page 394. Airport maintenance.
I have a question for Mike on that. I know it's semi-premature right now, but the OSP did their 17% reduction exercise, and McMinnville office was on the chopping block of that. How's our lease structured with that? Will they still pay that regardless whether they're operating out of it or not?
So we're, interestingly enough, sort of on a month-to-month with them right now. Our current lease has been extended through this June because we've been working for over a year with them on a multi-year lease extension. And as soon as that information came out from the state that this substation might be one that was impacted, I asked the folks that I've been working with on the lease what guidance and direction they're receiving, and it's been crickets. It's been 10 days now, and I've not heard back from them. So it's been excruciatingly slow negotiating the lease amendment as it is. Jeff can probably chime in on that as well. He's been involved, as well as David Renshaw. And we thought we were getting to some agreement on that with some building upgrades over the next few years. And then this pandemic hit, and I think it's up in the air at this point whether they're going to continue to be able to be there and be present.
That was my next question, was if we've started on that lobby remodel with the bulletproof glass and access control capital outlay, or if that's still on hold until they sign their new lease.
Nope, that was done this fiscal year. So that improvement's been made.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Adam, any other questions for Mike on that? All right, Public Safety Facilities Construction Fund, page 396 to page 400. Transportation Fund, page 402 to page 411. Did anyone have any comments on the Transportation Fund? All right, park development. Page 413 to page 422. Park development. Debt service. Page 424 to page 421. Debt service. The building fund, page 433 to page, 437, or 443. My apologies. 433 to page 443.
I have a question for Heather on that. The building, mechanical, and plumbing fee revenue increases, that's just off of our updated fee schedule, or looks like they're about to double this next year? That's line item 4410 and 4415 on page 439.
Yeah, so it is, we looked at our actuals in 2019, and based on, we thought we would come in at a similar year as 2019, so that's why we put it at 90. We forecasted it wrong the previous year. Because if you look at the trend line there for 2018 actual and 2019 actual, they're both right around 90,000.
Okay, so there's not like a methodology shift in fee
No,
structure.
it was a back forecast last year for me.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on the building fund? Wastewater services, page 445 to page, sorry here. Let's see. Page 454. Wastewater services. Administration, 456 to page 459. Plant, 461 to page 484. Environmental services, 486. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 486 to 487. Conveyance systems, 469 to 460 or 470. Non-departmental wastewater services fund, 472 to page 475. Wastewater Capital Fund, 477 to page 455. Ambulance. Page 487 to 492. Information systems, 494 to 517. And insurance services, page 519 to 526.
I just wondered, this is Alison, does the city buy the additional supplementary cybersecurity insurance?
Is this Allison?
Yes.
Insurance services, Jeff?
So Scott, have we made a decision on additional cybersecurity yet? I know we've been working with our insurance company on that. Yeah, we're working on that, Allison.
Okay.
So that pretty much is the entire budget. Let's see. So I'm asking asking the committee and the council to recommend approval of the 2020-2021 proposed budget and tax rate.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Peter, thank you. Okay, so. Okay, so it is moved by Councillor Scott and seconded by Councillor, by Budget Member Peter Hofstadter, that the Budget Committee of the City of McMinnville has reviewed and hereby approves the budget for the 2021 fiscal year in the amount of $117,183,335. Are there any amendments? Hearing none. The committee also approves taxes for the 2020-2021 fiscal year in the rate of $5.02 per thousand of assessed value for the operating purposes and $3,791,459 for the general obligation bond levy in the debt service fund for principal and interest. We have a motion and a second. Claudia, would you pull the committee by name?
Yes. Councillor Drufkin?
Aye.
Committee Member Haas?
No.
Councillor Garvin?
Aye.
Committee Member Hart?
Aye.
Councillor Geary?
Aye.
Committee Member Hofstadter?
Aye.
Councillor Stassen?
Aye.
Committee Member Sealer?
Aye.
Councillor Peralta?
Sally?
You're muted.
Sorry to leave everybody in suspense there. Aye.
Thank you.
Committee Member Mead?
Aye.
Committee Member Phoenix?
Aye.
And Mayor Hill?
Aye.
I think I get to vote too, don't I? Or maybe not. So we have 11 ayes and 1 no. So I believe the motion passes. There being no further business for this particular budget session, we are adjourned and we're going into the urban renewal budget.
Chair, we still have one more thing on the Kelly.
I'm sorry, I thought it said adjourn. Oh, sorry, no, you're right. But we need to cancel the scheduled meeting for May 20th. Can I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Wendy?
Wendy, yep.
Second, Garvin.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Yeah, any opposed? Nay? Okay. Passes unanimously. All right. Onward and upward to, oh my gosh.
Shrink the video there.
Oh, here it is. Where's my hat? Okay. So, call to order the Urban Renewal Area Budget Committee meeting. City Recorder, Claudia, will you please take the roll?
Councillor Drufkin?
Present.
Committee Member Haas? Committee Member Haas?
I forgot to unmute myself.
No worries.
Sorry. I was biting my tongue.
Councillor Garvin?
Here.
Committee Member Hart?
Here.
Councillor Geary?
Oh yeah, baby, still here.
Committee Member Hofstadter?
I'm awake.
Councillor Stassen?
Here.
Committee Member Sealer,
Here.
Councilor Peralta,
Here.
Committee Member Mead,
Here.
Committee Member Phoenix,
Here.
Committee Member Gotney is absent this evening, Mayor Hill,
Here.
and Chair Minke.
I think you need to count me too.
I said Chair Minke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard. All right, yes, I'm here. Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like we've got a group here. So I need election of a budget committee chairperson. I need a motion.
So move, Council President Minke to chair.
Second.
Who's my second?
Counselor Staff.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we just reversed that one. I've lost my pencil. Oh, well. Okay, so we need to approve the May 15th, 2019 Urban Renewal Budget Committee meeting minutes. May I have a motion to do that, please?
So moved.
Wendy?
That was Cherry.
Oh, Sherry, okay. Thank you.
And I'll second.
Okay. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. It carries then unanimously. Okay. All right. City Manager, would you please give us your budget presentation?
Thank you. I think this is going to move quickly. The city's budget kind of wrapped up faster than I thought. I want to thank you for your support and the trust you have put in this team. I took the robust conversation and suggestions to heart. We have a clean record of that. We will try to provide additional information and status reports to the council and the budget committee as we move through the year to keep you abreast of how things change and how they don't. We appreciate the work that you've done tonight. Thank you so much. With respect to the urban renewal budget, our urban renewal district is in its 7th year. We are now seeing revenues begin to grow based on the investments that have been made in the district. In fact, over the life of the district, we've seen a $28 million increase in assessed value in the district, which has continued to create the revenue that we see in the urban renewal budget. This year, the budget proposes about $400,000 of expenditures and just under $190,000 for debt service. I'm keeping my comments brief and will be happy to answer any questions that you have as we review the details in the budget. Thank you very much.
All right, any questions? Okay. Let's see, am I forgetting something here? My apologies.
We have opportunity for public testimony. Mr. Davis has indicated he is not making any public testimony here in the council meeting. I'm not sure if there's anybody else who's logged on who would like to testify.
Does anyone wish to testify? We are opening public testimony. One more time. Is there anyone here who would like to give public testimony on the urban renewal district? Hearing none, I close the public hearing. Okay, and we're going to review and discuss the proposed urban renewal budget. Does anyone need to declare a conflict of interest? Does anyone need to disclose a conflict of interest? I don't think there's anyone, but okay, so let's.
Sorry, it took me a minute to unmute. I just want to state that I do operate a business within the urban renewal district, but it will not affect my vote this evening.
Thank you.
And Chair Minke, Winsome owns a piece of property in the district, but it won't affect my vote.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Urban Renewal Fund, page 8 to page 11.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
This is Cherry.
Yep.
I move for unanimous adoption of the urban renewal budget.
Well, we only have one more fund to go.
All right. I was just trying to get it done.
All right. then moving on to Urban Renewal Debt Service Fund, page 13 to page 15. All right, now Cherry.
Unanimous adoption of the urban renewal budget.
Okay. Yeah, do I have a second?
I'll second. This is Wendy.
Okay, so Cherry and Wendy.
Should say Wendy Stassen. I'm not the only Wendy here.
Oh, I apologize. That's okay. So it is moved by Councilor by Budget Member Cherry and seconded by Councilor Wendy Stassen that the Budget Committee of the McMinnville Urban Renewal District has reviewed and hereby approves the budget for the 2020-2021 fiscal year in the amount of $960,123. With no amendments, the committee also approves the tax increment for the maximum amount of revenue that it may be raised by dividing the taxes for the McMinnville Urban Renewal Plan area under Section 1C, Article 9 of the Oregon Constitution and ORS Chapter 457. All in favor, please indicate. I guess, Claudia, will you poll the committee?
Yes. Councilor Drapkin?
Aye.
Committee Member Haas?
Aye.
Councilor Garvin?
Aye.
Committee Member Hart?
Aye.
Councilor Geary?
Aye.
Committee Member Hofstadter?
Aye.
Councilor Stassen?
Aye.
Committee Member Sealer?
Aye.
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Committee Member Mead?
Aye.
Committee Member Phoenix?
Aye.
And Mayor Hill?
Aye.
Chair Ingy?
Sounds to me like it passes unanimously. We do need one more motion to cancel the meeting for May 20th. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Who said so moved?
Zach.
Oh, Zach. Oh, how did I miss Zach? Sorry, Zach. Who seconded?
Adam.
Adam, okay. Bless you, gentlemen. All right, so I believe we have a motion. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. If you choose.
Aye.
Any nays? All right, so it passes unanimously. And I just want to tell everyone, thank you so much. It was excellent conversation tonight, very interesting, excellent points made. I really appreciate everyone's contribution tonight and your patience with me. Hope you all have a great weekend.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good night.